Well, that's one of the things they have, things for a long time, so that's one of their recommendations. They got Great, is everything good to go?
Good morning. I'll call the Land Use and Information Committee meeting for October 5th, 2021. I'll call it to order at this time. Notice has been posted in accordance with Wisconsin Statute 19.84 Open Meeting Law. At this time, any general public comments, please come forward and state your name.
Good morning, my name is Patrick Hansen, 11465 North Shore Drive in the town of Wood River. I'm here today not only representing myself and the extended Hansen, Myers, and Anderson families, but also the 1,621 and counting Burnett County residents and property owners who have signed petitions and sent letters in support of the position that Preserve Burnett County has taken on so-called campgrounds. We believe that county ordinances are woefully out of date and do not sufficiently protect property owners from the problems that large, high-density RV parks pose in rural residential areas. I'm excited that Amendment TXT-21-03 is on the agenda later today. Hopefully today marks the beginning of the end of the thousands of hours that I and other volunteers have spent advocating for better rules for so-called campgrounds. So I'd like to speak for just a moment about that public process, because we'll get to the text amendments later. The public, along with the campground work group and all of you up here today, have invested a tremendous amount of time in the process of proposing updates to Chapter 30 and 45. And so it's disappointing that after months of hearing from experts and forming consensus on the kinds of changes that would both permit campgrounds and protect residents, that some business owners and industry groups who have chosen not to participate at all up to this point are swooping in at the last minute to spread FUD. If you've worked in sales, as I have, you know that FUD stands for fear, uncertainty, and doubt. FUD can cause you to hesitate, and in that moment of hesitation, all of your hard work of community building and consensus and finding common ground can be swept away by a small group of business owners who are primarily concerned about their own profits. Don't listen to the FUD. These campground operators and RV and park model vendors have the most to gain if you are paralyzed here today. Paralyzed by fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Today, county rules work to their benefit at everyone else's expense, and they like it just the way it is. Let's be clear. We aren't talking about putting anyone out of business. We aren't talking about shutting anyone down. We're not saying no more campgrounds. We're just saying that we want rules that give certainty to both the public and to business owners. Later today, in the public hearing on TXT-21-03, I urge you to ignore the voices that want to take us backwards in this process and keep Burnett County stuck in the past. Please stay focused on the path forward. Let's focus on constructive input on the proposed changes to Chapter 30 and 45. We've come a long ways together. Let's get the job done. Thank you as always for your time and for your service to Burnett County.
Thank you. Joy Dressel.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Joy Dressel, and I'm a resident of Burnett County. And before we get into the text amendment agenda item today, I feel it's important to clarify a couple of things. First, it has come to my attention that a concerned citizen has submitted a letter to the county that was circulated to the county board by the county administrator. This is good to know. Now I know who to send my letter to. Secondly, I do take issue with being labeled as an anti-campgrounder in this concerned citizen's letter. When somebody chooses to vilify the opposing view, well, that speaks volumes. I'm currently working on a draft of my own letter to the county board, and let me read the first two sentences of one of my paragraphs. To reiterate what has been said for months, none of the people who support changes to the current language in the ordinances are anti-campground. In fact, we recognize the value of traditional campgrounds in growing the county's tourism sector. An example of this is, you may remember, back on June 2nd, 2020, the Loop meeting, where there was a campground cup for a traditional temporary campground at a winery distillery in Dewey Township. There was zero public opposition to this cup. And in fact, 2 people here today went to that meeting and fully supported that cup application. So please just remember that we are here today as engaged taxpayers that care about the rural environment in Burnett County and don't want to see the natural resources permanently compromised due to outdated ordinances. Thank you for your service, and I appreciate the opportunity to voice my opinion.
Steve Pearson.
Hi, I'm Steve Pearson. It's good to be here with all of you today in the flesh for the first time in a long time. I want to thank those on the committee here who have listened to input from concerned citizens, of which I am one. I thank you for the hundreds of hours, literally, that you've put into this thing that we're going to be discussing later on today, the recommendations for the campgrounds. I've called Burnett County my home for the last 42 years. My wife and I raised our children here. Our grandchildren now live in the area and attend the Webster schools. So the future of the county is important to me, as I'm sure it is to you. As a Boy Scout, I learned the ethic that we leave a place better than we found it. That's always been my motivation for my citizen activism, and it's why I'm here today. Our county faces many threats to our rural way of life. Some are inevitable, while others are avoidable. A community, as we all know, is not a static entity by any means, so I hope we can agree that some things are worth preserving. Our clean air and water, the wide open spaces, and the peace and quiet that come with country living. This committee has had the unenviable task of dealing with both the CAFO and campground conundrums here in the recent months. The decision to take a time out to look more closely at the underlying issues of both was a wise one, it seems to me. Allowed to grow unchecked, either has the potential to significantly change life for the worse over time, sort of a death by 1,000 cuts, as it were. So here we are today about to witness the vote on the recommendations of the campground work group for ordinance changes pertaining to these so-called campgrounds. The decision you make today will impact the life in this county for the foreseeable future. In fact, the odds are the next time any of these ordinances are looked at again, none of you will be serving on this committee. It's been, 45 years, I think. I say that with great admiration for the work you've done, but also want to remind everyone in this room that we may not have this committee that has listened to citizen input the next time around. I've read the recommendations, and I'm glad to see that they include removing campgrounds as a conditional use from RR1 and RR2 land. I would support the amendment that you've undoubtedly seen that would remove them from RR3 parcels, which are intended to be residential as well. What we've seen with the high-density campgrounds in RR3 areas to date has been a lot of conflict.
Thank you, Steve. Christopher Gandrud.
Hi, Chris Gandrud. I'm a resident of River Falls, Wisconsin, and we spend summers here at a seasonal so-called campground in Burnett County. Hearing the concerns, I just want to address them with our experience. Let me tell you about River Falls. It's a college town. We get students from all over the state, including Burnett County, attend the University of Wisconsin River Falls. We pay about $6,000 a year in property taxes that goes to the county, the schools, the VOTEC, and of course, fire, EMS, police to cover those non-residents. The impact on infrastructure is something I'm familiar with. My wife and I have owned recreational vehicles for over 30 years. We started with a pop-up tent trailer, travel trailers. We used to travel extensively, Wisconsin, UP, Michigan, Colorado. As we got older, things changed. We need to be closer to home to care for family members. So a couple of years ago, we found DeForest Campground up near Danbury. We were able to get a nice site in the new addition. We love it. We liked it so much, actually, that we wanted to spend more time there comfortably. So we sold our travel trailer. We bought a park model. We looked carefully at fifth wheels, destination models. Park models are basically more energy efficient and more durable. I think they're a great solution for seasonal campgrounds. So since we've taken delivery of our park model, all we've done is spend money nearby. We bought a shed at Jansen's. We bought shrubs at Austin Lake Greenhouse, landscaping material from Hopkins Sand and Gravel, restaurants, coffee shops, more trips to Ace Hardware than you can imagine. I've added it up, and including the purchase of our RV, which we made right here in Siren, we've spent no less than $80,000 in under a year in Burnett County. Campgrounds like DeForest should not be a threat to the quiet use and enjoyment of the area. That's why we're here. We love the beauty of the water, the woods. We don't own an ATV. We love kayaking on the Yellow River. I would argue we have a commitment to preserving that rural environment that attracted us, that a daily campground with somebody who comes up to stay for a couple of days and ride their ATV probably doesn't have. And I appreciate your willingness to consider input from both sides. I'm going to end it there because I could go on and on. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any others? Hey.
Wait, sir, I thought were we still going on with public comments? Because we were supposed to get to.
Are you specific agenda item or public comment? Because there's, if you want to speak under the text amendment, then that's coming up.
Okay.
If you want to speak in a general.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hey, have the approval of the agenda order.
Also move. Second.
Motion by Mr. Pearson, second by Mr. Glidden. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Approval of the minutes from the September 7th, 2021 meeting.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Motion by Mr. Blomberg, second by Mr. Ah. Any corrections, additions? Not all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Now, Jason will read the public hearing notice.
Notice of public hearing, State of Wisconsin, County of Burnett, Tuesday, October 5th, 2021 at 9 a.m. at the Burnett County Government Center, room 165, Town of Meenan, Siren, Wisconsin, regarding the following: Burnett County Land Use Shoreline Protection Ordinances. CUP 2123, that one is moved on to next month's agenda. Next one is Conditional Use Permit 2124, Erickson Commercial LLC. Public notice hereby given to all persons in the town of Jackson, Burnett County, Wisconsin, that Kenneth Erickson, on behalf of Erickson Commercial LLC, has made an application for a conditional use permit for the terms of the Burnett County Land Use and Shoreline Protection Code of Ordinances to construct 2 mini storage buildings over the next 3 years located on County Road A in the RR2 zoning district, Lot 1, CSM, Volume 14, page 193, in the northwest quarter, the northeast quarter, section 29, town 40 north, range 15 west. Conditional use permit CUP 2125, Burnett County. Public notice hereby given to all persons in the town of Anderson, Burnett County, Wisconsin, that Michael Haves, Burnett County Highway Commissioner, on behalf of the Burnett County, has made an application for a conditional use permit for the terms of the Burnett County Land Use and Shoreline Protection Code of Ordinances to construct a public works maintenance facility located at 20430 State Road 70 in the A2 zoning district in the southwest quarter of the southwest quarter, section 25, town 37 north, range 19 west. Conditional use permit CUP 2126 Webb Lake Land and Cattle Company LLC doing business as Oak Ridge Campground. Public notice hereby given to all persons in the town of Webb Lake, Burnett County, Wisconsin, as Steve Austin on behalf of Webb Lake Land and Cattle Company LLC has made an application for a conditional use permit for the terms of the Burnett County Land Use and Shoreline Protection Code of Ordinances to adjust the size of the accessory structures as approved in CUP 1916, to allow those existing sites which are over the accessory structure size limit in CUP 1916 to remain until those accessory structures are rebuilt and or removed, AKA grandfathered in, the existing oversized items until they are rebuilt and or removed, then the limits in CUP 1916 would apply. Located at 31550 Webb Lake Drive in the RR1 zoning district in Government Lot 5, Section 9, Town 41 North, Range 14 West. Conditional use permit CUP 2127 Webb Lake Land and Cattle Company LLC doing business as Oak Ridge Campground. Public notice hereby given to all persons in the town of Webb Lake, Burnett County, Wisconsin, as Steve Austin on behalf of Webb Lake Land and Cattle Company LLC has made an application for a conditional use permit for the terms of the Burnett County Land Use and Shoreline Protection Code of Ordinances to allow outdoor seasonal parking of recreational items from Oak Ridge Campground on this parcel from May 1st to October 15th of each year, located on North Webb Lake Road in the RR1 zoning district in Government Lot 5, Section 9, Town 41 North, Range 14 West. Text Amendment TXT 2103, Burnett County Ordinances, Chapter 30 and Chapter 45, changes to various campground items. Public notice hereby given to all persons in the town of Burnett County, Wisconsin, or in Burnett County, Wisconsin, that the Land Use and Information Committee is proposing to amend Burnett County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 30 and Chapter 45, changes related to the items from the work group on campgrounds. Details of the proposed revisions are available at the Burnett County Land Services Department, the Burnett County Clerk's Office, and on the Burnett County website.
Thank you. First on the conditional use permits is conditional use permit 21-24. Erickson Commercial, construct mini storage building. Will the applicant please explain what the application is for?
Hi, I'm Maria Erickson, speaking on behalf of Erickson Commercial. The application for conditional use permit is pretty straightforward. We're looking to build 2 mini storage buildings on a piece of property that we own along County Road A. Due to demand in the area, increased demand in the area, we currently operate a couple different storage unit facilities in the area, and we're just looking to expand that as well. We've obtained approval from the Jackson Board, and I've been in contact with Ruth King from the DNR regarding any permits, and it looks as if we are not required to obtain any permits for this, so.
Thank you. Questions from the committee?
And Supervisor Conroy. Maria, it's entirely enclosed storage, right? There's no open storage.
That was going to be my question. Now, I did see that on there, that you don't want outside storage, but sometimes we run into people that want to store their boat trailers for the summer, things like that. So we were looking also for permission for some outside storage as well.
The catch to that is simply that when we are, as a matter of policy, outdoor storage has only been in commercial districts, and it's RR2 zoning district. So just, you know, on the record, when we are approving storage, we're approving indoor storage in that application. Okay?
Even if we're planning on fencing it, or planting trees along the roadside, or.
I'm just telling you what the practice has been for everybody. You know?
Right.
And it's not necessarily, the town of Jackson, I can tell you, doesn't have not an acre of commercial zoning. the town chose in its comprehensive plan to deal with commercial activities by CUP. That was before Act 67. When we revisit the comprehensive plan, we might look at that a little differently. But right now, that's the way the rule is. All I can really say. I just wanted to ask that question, get it out there, we'll talk about it.
I do have another question too. It says on here that we need to remove all existing signage from the parcel. I'm wondering what was meant by that.
So I can't really address that specifically. I'd maybe ask Jason to do that in a moment, but we have a sign ordinance in the county that is kind of, it's based in zoning, but it's also involved with highway. Advertising signs and whatnot need to be billboard type signs are limited to commercial and industrial, I believe. So they'd have to be, there's permitting for signs and what signs are represented to do. As far as I'm going to go with that. Want to address that, Jason?
Oh, the reason I wrote it in there is because, the signage, since you're changing the use of the property to storage units, I figured the signage should be related to the storage unit business.
Okay, so it wasn't an issue before we bought the property? There was no violations or anything with those signs?
Not with the signs that are on the fences. There's been other sign violations on that property.
Yeah, no, is it that parcel though? Is it on that parcel?
Mhm.
Okay.
We've had violations
Okay,
on
so,
that parcel.
my question being, the specific sign that there was a violation on along, that's closest to the road, does that need to be removed? Because that should have a permit for it, correct? That was obtained by a previous owner?
Nope, you're talking, that's on a different parcel.
Okay, that's what I was asking in the first place, I'm sorry.
There was a sign violation on the ball field parcel, which me and Ken
Oh, okay, I
resolved,
didn't realize that, okay,
so that one is fixed. Yep.
okay.
The other sign violation was on that other parcel.
Okay,
not part of it.
that's the one I was referring to, I was wrong.
Any other questions?
Right, we still have that,
Yes, you don't have it sitting out by the edge of the road, it's acting like a sign before, yes,
because it's used for storage.
yes.
Sorry.
It's not,
Okay, where it's at now.
yes.
Any other questions from the committee? If not, I'll open the public hearing. Are there any public comments? Have we heard anything from?
Good morning, Don Hamilton. I live on 7158 South Devils Lake Drive. I'd like to encourage the committee to give this applicant favorable consideration with the conditions in the staff report, but also with an emphasis on there be no outdoor storage. The playing field has been very level historically here. There is no outdoor storage. So we need to ask these applicants to live and abide by the rules, and also with the understanding that cups are revocable for violations. And these aren't permanent things, that there are choices and consequences, and we ask everyone to live by the rules and the conditions. And when you apply for a cup, you are inviting regulation. It's a conditional permit process. So I would encourage the committee to please give this applicant favorable consideration, but with the understanding that there will be no outdoor storage. Thank you.
Any other public comments? We have not heard from the town.
Real quick, is there any option, anything that we can apply for, anything to try to get outside storage, or is it just absolutely no go?
In RR2, no go.
Okay,
Rezoning to commercial.
so we'd have to apply for rezoning?
The town of Jackson would deny that, in my opinion. I'm telling you,
Okay,
the town has the hammer on a non-shoreline zoning change.
okay.
But that would be an option for him to pursue. I mean, we can't
Yes,
say what the town board will do.
I know Ken well enough to tell him what I believe is the truth, and, like I said, the town's gonna revisit its comprehensive plan, that would be the time to bring that up.
Okay.
But right now, today, that was deliberate on the part of Jackson, to not give somebody the the golden key to have commercial and nobody else, right? So the point was, everybody will deal with commercial activities via CUP. And that was, more than you need to know, but that's just how it is.
What did that mean? Right, pardon? That they would address, commercial areas by CUP.
Commercial activities, areas. In other words, all of the commercial activities in Jackson were things that could be covered by CUP, bar and grill, storage, things like that. All this in no outdoor storage. Rouse has a storage facility on Philcare, you know, in conjunction with their businesses. Not a lot of commercial stuff that's not restaurant, bar, you know, that kind of stuff in Jackson. And that was why it was left like that. The debate was made when we did the new map back when Jackson adopted zoning.
Any other public comment? If not, I'll close the public hearing at this time. Committee, have any comments or wish to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve the CUP pursuant to following the considerations. Now, is the existing sign issue not an issue then? You got 1 through 5 here, follow all sign regulations. All existing signage should be removed from the parcel.
So what I'm talking about in that stuff is all the signs that are on the fences. When I say existing signage to be removed.
The backstop fence.
Yes,
Okay, yep.
that's what I'm talking about.
So then pursuant to the recommendations 1 through 5, I make a motion to approve the CUP.
I'll second that motion.
I'll just read the considerations list. Follow all sign regulations. All existing signage to be removed from the parcel. Proper DNR permits to be obtained prior to construction and or dirt work taking place. No outside storage allowed for items being stored as part of this request. Follow all local, county, state, and federal requirements for this activity. And I'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Pearson?
Yes.
Mr. Patton?
Yes.
Mr. Blomberg?
Yeah.
Mr. Anderson is absent. Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mr. Conroy?
Yes.
Mr. Bickford, yes. Application CUP 24 has been approved. Next. We have conditional use permit 2125, Burnett County Construct Public Works Maintenance Facility.
Morning, I'm Jeremy Burden, representing Commissioner Hayes today. I'm the operations manager at Burnett County Highway Department. And some of you have gone through this with infrastructure, county board, admin committee. Basically, we had a storage shed in Grantsburg for the truck for the DOT route over there in Grantsburg. Obviously, the DOT has come forward this year, coughing up $250,000 for a salt sand shed. And we kind of ran into a dead end. We did not have enough room on our lot in Grantsburg. We tried to work something out with the village of Grantsburg. It did not work out. Commissioner Hayes then discovered that the county owns a lot down there, about 4 point some odd acres down off State Highway 87 and County Road Z. There is an existing shed there now to hold the plow truck for the state and possibly also for the county route down there as well. So we're just looking for the permit to build the salt and salt sand storage shed. It'll be similar to the one, if you guys are familiar, over there in Pine City by Pizza Hut, where it will have a 20-foot overhang so precipitation cannot come in contact with the material. We're looking to also not have the salt and salt sand down there, but also like riprap, just different storage down there, being so far away from Siren, with having the lot there to also serve other townships like Trade Lake, Anderson. Trade Lake and Anderson Township are not in compliance with Trans 277 to hold salt sand right now, so we feel it'd be a great benefit to them. Also with Polk County Highway Department, for those of you that maybe do travel 87 south, not taking a shot here at Polk County, you kind of wonder if they're ever coming north on 87. But now with the DOT having the shed there, they can access that. So we're just looking for approval so we can get the ground going and try to get the shed put up yet this year.
Do you have any questions? Mr. Brown?
Yeah. Would the plow truck that's in Village of Grantsburg, would that remain in the Village of Grantsburg, or would that be relocated to?
The truck will be, everything will be moved down to the new place down there on 87 and Z. Northwestern has shown great, wanting to buy the lot from the county with the existing shed since it's located right next to their facility. Village of Grantsburg maybe be interested on purchasing the lot. But yeah, the truck would be down, like I said, there's an existing shed there now that would hold the truck, possibly two that we're hoping for state and county Z and O and Y and M. But yeah, everything would be on scene right there.
Any other questions from the committee? If not, I'll open the public hearing portion. Are there any public comments?
Good morning, Don Hamilton, Webster, Wisconsin. I live here full-time. I support this CUP. I think it's the right facility, at the right place, at the right time. I think with the growth that we're seeing in Burnett County, I think this is a great job by the department by figuring out what they need, where they need to do it, and having the state-of-the-art storage facility. The big overhang, I think, is environmentally sensitive and appropriate. So I would urge the committee to give this application favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Have we heard anything from Town Anderson?
No correspondence.
I will close the public hearing at this time. Any members of the committee wish to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve conditional use permit 21-25 with the consideration for approval of number 1 and 2, debris on cleanup and follow the local county, etc.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. And the 2 items was debris to be cleaned up and disposed of properly, follow all local, county, state, and federal requirements for this activity. Have a roll call vote. Mr. Pearson?
Yes.
Mr. Padden?
Yes.
Mr. Blumberg?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson's absent. Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mr. Conroy?
Yes.
Mr. Bickford? Yes. Conditional use permit 21-25 has been approved. Thank you, Jeremy. Next, we have conditional use permit 21-26, Bud Lake Land and Cattle Company, DBA Oak Ridge Campground, allow oversized accessory structures to remain. The applicant, please explain the.
Hi, Steve Austin with Bud Lake Land and Cattle. Thanks for hearing this. I'm back in front of you asking, we've been out doing a lot of surveying and Mark Krause has worked a lot with Jason. We're almost done with all the surveying that needs to be done out there and plotted. Some of the older structures or older decks that are in place are oversized by some feet. I think Jason put it in his report. I believe it would be less disturbance to leave as is than to tear them off and start over. So that's what, it's the shed sides and the decks that are there. I guess for lack of a better term, would like if grandfathered in. Any questions?
Any member of the, Mr. Ah?
How many, have there been upgrades or improvements since the last CUP was issued? Has anyone added a new deck or anything like that?
Mark, how many have?
The new facilities have, but the old ones, I don't believe have any other ones added onto their deck since the CUP. No, the ones that are in issue.
But there've been some built since the CUP, or not?
Jason, that's correct, isn't it correct?
Yeah, there's been some since CUP 1916 was approved. There's been
Are they
items.
They are in compliance, I believe. We've been getting all the documents into them.
And we have mapped them and updated we've given the preliminary drawings to Jason to review, as well as I'm sure they've had staff inspections out there too. So they've been looking at that, and I believe the permits have been submitted as they've been built. So, and we do have an updated map on it. We just haven't had time to put the final T's and I's on it, basically, but things have been shown. There are a couple of items where a couple of the campers on the east side went too far over, so those definitely need to be moved, and we want to get them moved before we represent them on the final drawings, but we have provided that information to Jason as we go forward too. So.
Any other questions to the committee?
Supervisor Conroy, the question I have, and it may not be directed directly to Steve really, it's just more of a general question. We're talking about non-conforming structures, and that be permitted under the ordinance. It seems to me the method to resolve this for us wouldn't be by conditional use permit. It would be amendment to the ordinance to make that, whatever that issue is legal. So my question is if we could approve this in any event, if it were challenged, I don't see that as an acceptable way to resolve the problem. That's just a thought. Anyone who wants to add comment on that is welcome to.
So what are you proposing?
I'm concerned that this is not the remedy with CUP, because it's already a nonconformity does not meet the standards of the ordinance. And granting a CUP to make it meet the standards of the ordinance, I'm questioning the validity of that method.
Well, we have that provision in there where they can ask for any size deck, shed, or anything else, and that's what CUP 1916 was.
And that's when we were proposing to remove, but have not yet removed.
Haven't removed it yet, so it's still in play.
I get it.
So that's why I guess I thought this would be an amendment to the sizes that were granted in CUP 1916.
Right, that's still there.
It's still there.
So what I'm raising was, without having double checked that, frankly, I was trying to make sure there was a legal way to do it. That answers my question. We could do this.
Yeah, if those ordinance amendments get passed and then this application comes in 6 months from now, that'd be a different story.
It's still valid.
Yeah.
I thought, my read of it was that they didn't meet that standard, and I don't know why. No, good. I said that poorly. But I was wondering why it's CUP to correct the nonconformity. It's to ask for the additional size provided for in 1916.
Yes.
Okay. Wordsmithing.
Well, and that's what I don't know if I it's hard to word the public hearing notice correctly to try to get across.
I really admit, I had too many other emails to read and research this, so
Yes.
I didn't get it done, but that was why I wanted to ask the question.
I guess what I would add is I think we're discussing the conditions that were from a previous one and modifying with conditions that we're asking for here. So I think we're talking about conditions, not, the hard and fast rules.
Right, and it's not, we're not asking for conditions, we're not asking for a CUP to continue adding expanded ones, merely to address these couple of existing ones.
Yes, that's fine. Great. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the committee? If not, I'll open the public hearing at this time for CUP 21-26. Mark was on here, you've already commented, right, Mark?
That's fine. I was just going to add whatever.
Next I have, Joe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, this is Attorney Joe Sincata. Is my turn to speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman. Again, my name is Joe Sincata. I'm an attorney, solo practitioner here in office in Milwaukee, but I do a fair amount of law work for folks developers, property owners, municipalities related to land use law. So I have been involved in some other matters up there in Burnett County. I think this is the first time I've appeared. So again, thank you very much for allowing me to do so. In this instance, I'm representing a group that has been formed near Webb Lake, the concerned citizens of Upper and Lower Webb Lake. They've retained me to review campgrounds that are on Webb Lake, so-called campgrounds, I'll say, and I'm just getting involved. So my involvement, I think, will potentially expand as I learn more details on the history of the developments that are in place. And there was just reference to an older CUP 19-16, and I need to get into that and a lot of the historic conditions and approvals that have applied to both these campgrounds. Today, I'm asking. I've been asked to comment on two CUPs, 2126, and the request is to grandfather in some existing non-conforming structures. As I wrote in my my written submission, and you have a lot to read, so very well could be that you haven't seen that. The request is I think it's not well taken here. There's been time, plenty of time, it seems to me, to bring these structures into conformity. I do know that the county has enforced against decks and other structures that are out of place and out of conformance, and that's appropriate. I think the application itself acknowledges that the structures are not in compliance. And this is seems to us to be, it's directly contradictory to, I think, the basis for the granting of 1916. So for that reason, it just shouldn't be allowed from a individual standpoint, but also from a public policy standpoint. I mean, if you're going to allow an exception, which is what a conditional use permit is, the idea should not be, well, okay, I got a bit of a win today. Now I'll go. Everyone will forget about things.
Sorry, sir. 3 minutes are up. Next, Don Hamilton.
Good morning again, Don Hamilton, Devils Lake. I would like to encourage the committee to disapprove this CUP. I think as we get beyond the text amendments and out into the future, I know we've talked about this in the past, but our whole conditional use permitting process, administratively, we do need some work on that. So I think in the out months and out years, as we go and grow beyond the text amendments today, we do need to, I think, consider putting some teeth into our process to where when an applicant agrees to remove and replace non-conforming things as part of a CUP, we need to put a date on it. And we need to keep these developers in a fair and level playing field. Because obviously today, even though he agreed to do this in a previous CUP, now he wants to amend it and come up with a solution or some other key word that says, well, this will make it all better. It doesn't. It's not fair to the people who follow the rules. It's not fair to the people who agree to remove things and they do it because there wasn't a specified time on there. It's really difficult, and at best it's confusing, and at worst it's disingenuous to come before the public today and say, well, I'd like to just leave it there. I don't think that's fair to the people that do live up to their conditions. And in closing, I've heard it said that what you permit, you promote. And I think there's danger here today if we permit an applicant to not fully comply and fairly comply with the conditions that he agreed to just a short time ago. I think we're promoting a problem that we really don't want down the road, and I think we're going to have to address procedurally in the conditional use permitting process. So this is a bigger problem, I think, not just related to this application, but I think in general, it's work that our process needs. But I encourage you to disapprove this. I think this is unwise and an unfair application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Don. Next, Carla Graham.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, Carla.
Okay, good morning. I'm asking you to deny this CUP based on the fact that these structures were approved in 2019 at a specific size and was found to be in violation by Burnett County in April of 2021 with the date of resolution of July 2021. Now, Steve Austin is asking you to grandfather these in for non-conforming conditions. I'm a property owner. Back in 2018, we had a project. I had to conform by removing a previous deck built by a previous owner. So how fair is that to me now that you're going to be changing the rules? If so, then I want to go back and be able to put that deck back on my property. So I encourage you to deny this CUP, as it will set precedent for other people like myself who followed the rules, and it's not fair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carla. Next, Patrick Hansen.
Patrick Hansen, 11465 North Shore Drive. I would like to ask you also to deny CUP 21-26. I'll quote from the application, quote, "I would like to grandfather in existing accessory structures sizes," unquote. Those 10 words trigger an avalanche of work for Jasontown and this committee because the applicant has proven himself unable to conform to previous conditions, previous applications, and previous commitments he has made to this committee and to this community. In 2019, a condition for the permit provided at that time was, quote, "all 2015 CUP items conditions to be completed by June 1st, 2020. And here we are now in 2021, and, quote, "all 2015 CUP items conditions to be completed by April 1st, 2022. How many times are we going to kick that can down the road? We keep doing it. Is the applicant seeking to grandfather decks and patios that were built in 2021? If you look at Jason Town's staff report, there's at least a half dozen patios and decks that were built since 2019, since the various CUPs we're talking about, since the last approved sizing of conditionally larger decks and patios. So grandfathering is related to legal non-conforming uses. These weren't legal and at the time that they were non-conforming when they were built in 2021. They were illegal. They were outside of a CUP. They were outside of county, county rules. So how is that now going to become a legal non-conforming use? I mean, unless I'm thinking of the wrong decks and patios. Maybe these are decks and patios from the 1960s. I don't know. It's not clear because, quote, "I would like to grandfather in existing accessory structure sizes." That's a blank check for who knows what at this point. So please deny this conditional use permit application. And at a minimum, I mean, if you decide to approve it and kick the can further down the road, set as a condition that the applicant is no longer allowed to apply for land use permits for any future decks and patios, period. Game over. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Matt. You on phone, Matt? No. Matt is not here. No other public comment? We haven't heard from the town?
You haven't heard from the town. There was, you have 3 pieces of correspondence. You have an email from Steve Puck, Marge Puck, and then you have Joe Sincata's correspondence that he referenced.
Close the public hearing at this time. Me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe all the decks and structures we're talking about is
Pre the conditional use permit. The new one since 19 conditional use.
That's the ones we're asking.
Criteria.
Just to clarify.
Yeah, I mean,
the ones that are talking about grandfathered in were existing ones that were in place at the time of the previous CUP.
yeah, so when I'm looking at my staff report, those are permits that were issued in 2021, but those might have been for decks and sheds that were there prior to CUP 1916 being issued. So I don't have an inventory yet of which sites are pre-CUP 1916 and post-CUP 1916. Because I think we just got the map a couple weeks ago, and we've obviously been busy with other stuff since then, so.
Any comments or questions from the committee? Mr. Roth?
So I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, in our ordinance, it says that structures can't be more than 100 square feet. Is that right?
There's an option in there to apply for a conditional use permit to ask for larger accessory structures in campgrounds.
Okay, but what, regardless, if we weren't even talking about that, they're not supposed to build anything over 100 square feet, right?
No, that's what CUP 1916 was. He came in and got approval to have larger accessory structures.
For all.
Yes. And there's been, DuFours has done the same thing. Whitetail is in the process of getting their approvals for larger accessory structures.
Would be just one since 1916.
They're asking to have the ones that were pre-1916 grandfathered in, that were over the size limits that were established in 1916. So in 1916, you guys set a max of 288, I think is the size limit that was set in CUP 1916. Well, we've gone out there and there's like at site 29. The deck's actually 320 square feet. So it's either remove that portion of the deck to get it down to that size, or amend CUP 1916. That's what this process is basically doing, to ask for those older sites to be grandfathered in at what size they are.
But they were not.
You're not letting every site go up to some new hypothetical number. It's the ones that were over prior to CUP 1916 being grandfathered in at the size they're at.
But they were not at the right size before that, when they were built.
Correct. Yeah.
That's what we're grandfathering in.
All these campgrounds are basically that way. It wasn't until, I think, 2015 when we put this ordinance amendment in there to allow these to have larger accessory type structures. So all of the I shouldn't say all, some of the campgrounds basically probably got a little out of hand and got a little oversized.
Supervisor Conrad, how many campsites are we talking about with this nonconformity?
I don't know yet, but I'm guessing a dozen-ish? Because I haven't looked, since I just got the map a few weeks ago, I haven't looked at the map and done all the math yet.
And this was the same thing we were in discussion with at Whitetails, and came to the conclusion that we thought once we had these resolved, we were going to remove this opportunity. You know, that's a recommendation in the amendments. But as of today, it's still in effect. So we could, hay fever, not COVID. We could make this amendment within the ordinance, recognizing that we're going to take that away if we advance the amendments today. And it would be no more unfair than it would have been to the other campgrounds we've allowed to bring their nonconformities into compliance this way, right? That's
correct. Yeah, and there's that 288 number, that CUP 1916, that was what the applicant asked for. I mean, that was their number. And so there is no maximum. I think I think Whitetail's number was like up to almost 1,000 square feet for stuff that they were asking for, so, I don't know if there's there's no precedent number floating out there that anybody's
There's no hard,
has.
there's no
cap.
maximum square footage. I lost my train of thought, which is, couldn't have been too serious then. Anyway, I think what I was gonna say was the term grandfather in, is what made me wonder, and I suspect that's what made Mr. Hanson wonder, that we're permitting a violation of, but it is something we chose to do to try to bring compliance on campgrounds in general and deal with these issues, and for a kind of a window to get them into compliance. And our intention is to remove that perk, if we go forward from our recommendation from our committee in a discussion separate from the campground group, do that.
But it would be only, if we do approve this, it would only be for those prior.
Only, right, this would only apply to the sites that, it's sort of leaving it open-ended, but I have a right to make a motion. I would limit it to the sites that Jason identifies as eligible, which is approximately a dozen sites. Could be a couple up and down either way. Yeah. I would limit it to staff evaluation of sites eligible for this and no new sites. That would be a fair way to do it, I think, if we do it.
Any other questions? What do we allow now? If I was gonna put a unit in there and wanna build a deck.
288.
280.
In the ordinance?
In this campground. I
Oh.
guess I need to know, do you mean in the ordinance or in this specific campground? 288 is in this campground because of CUP 1916.
Any other questions or comments in the committee? If not, is there a motion? Go ahead, Mr. Pearson.
And all of these that you've got red lettered were done after, and they're,
I don't know if they were done after or before. I mean, Mark is saying they were done beforehand, but I'll have to do analysis to make sure they were done prior to CUP 1916.
I guess that's what we wanted to add is, on the 2019, that was part of the process, was to begin the mapping of the campground. And we mapped all the old part of the campground immediately, basically. And since the new campground was filling up, we added to it. And that's part of the documentation that they're needing to do with the CUP, is to document what's actually out there. And it was found that there were some of these decks that were over when they anticipated they were all going to be under the 288. They weren't. Some were already existing there that were over. And the fact that you count fire pits and patio pavers and things like that people don't consider as part of decks, those all got included too. And so that's where the non-compliance is from things that were done in the past that were compliant before 2015, but which are no longer, compliant. So it's really, we're documenting what's out there. And so Jason should have a good track record going forward, what's there. And that's the reason to do the campground mapping, is to get this done. And so when people do come with the CUPs, they're basically self-reporting, and we're showing what the violations and the issues are out there, and hopefully they can get corrected. So, thank you.
no, Dennis, thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
Well, was it 1916, did the committee do wrong in not specifying exactly whether they were over 288 at that time?
CUP 1916 was the number that the applicant asked for.
I think to answer, or maybe to address that question, we didn't know, we didn't have the information to know that yet. At that time,
Yeah, we didn't have permits and we didn't have a campground map to know what sizes were actually out there.
we you, what?
So it isn't a matter of the owner of the campground, trying to comply with, what we were asking at that time, because he didn't know for sure the size.
Correct. I would say maybe the owner should have measured the stuff up and asked for a correct number. But
There was a presumption at the time that
I think there was an assumption that 288 would cover every size that was out there.
So the committee at that time had the opportunity to go and look at the situation out there and make some determinations outside of what they asked, and under the presumption by both parties. There's a found error.
Yeah, so now that we've been getting permits to get all these things in compliance in the map, we're finding things that are a little bit over those sizes that were requested.
I make a motion, we approve the request.
Stipulations, or you want me to read them?
Yeah, would you please?
Sanitary systems with permit 18063 and 18629 to be serviced and reported to the county by November 1st, 2021. 2, all 2015 CUP items, conditions to be completed by April 1st, 2022. 3, all land use permits be obtained for all violations by April 1st, 2022. 4, various directional signs for the bar, restaurant, campground, which are on public roads, shall be brought into compliance by April 1st, 2022. 5, follow all local, county, state, and federal requirements for this activity.
I'll second it with a question or perhaps an amendment to the list. We said there, we think there's nominally a dozen of campsites that fall into this category. I think this is limited to those determined by staff report to be eligible, for lack of a better word. Is that covered in this list, or should we stipulate that further?
I would say that would be a good thing to specify.
Well, I'll offer that amendment to item number 6 pertaining to the nonconformities that this CUP seeks to correct. Then?
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second the amendment. I'll second his amendment.
We have an amendment.
So what's the amendment
To
then?
the staff report.
The amendment is, let's know what the amendment is.
The amendment was to add another condition to the staff recommendations was that this grandfathered in status would apply to roughly about a dozen sites as determined by staff that were pre-existing prior to CUP 1916.
Right.
So is that putting a limit of a dozen on it?
It's nominal. It could be a couple either way based on staff's analysis, because we don't have a hard number today. But we think that's about right.
We'll take a motion or a roll on the amendment, right?
Right.
Mr. Pearson?
Yes.
Mr. Patton?
Yes.
Mr. Bumber?
Yeah.
Mr. Anderson's absent. Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Mr. Conroy?
Yes.
Mr. Bickford, yes. Now,
I seconded his motion without amending it.
and we got a motion on the floor to grant permit 2126, conditional use permit. Mr. Pearson?
Yes.
Mr. Patton?
Yes.
Bumber?
No.
Mr. Anderson's absent. Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mr. Conroy?
Yes.
Mr. Bickford, no. Passed. Next, we will go to conditional use permit 21-27, One Lake Land and Cattle, PDA, Oak Ridge Campground, outdoor seasonal parking of recreational items from Oak Ridge Campground. Go ahead.
Hi, Steve Austin again with Webb Lake Land and Cattle. We have a conditional use permit to build storage units over there on that section of land. It's across the road. It's a small section that we own. If possible, we would give up the right or the conditional use permit to build storage units and just use it for some overflow parking just during the summer months for boat trailers, et cetera, and just gravel it over. So it's not in addition to having the storage units, it would replace that conditional use permit if you decide to allow that to happen.
Any questions from the committee?
So it would be, if someone comes up for the summer and they bring their boat, are you saying they could just put the trailer?
Instead of parking it next to their trailer, they could park it over there on our land that's adjacent or right across the road that cuts through the land. We would do that again. I think there might be some confusion. We would not build storage units then. And we would clearly, I think it's stated in there, move them out no later than October 15th or some date, get the exact date in there. So there'll be no storage per se over the winter. There'll be no raft boats there.
But it's clearly not parking, right? I mean, like parking of vehicles, they want to...
No, it's for trailers. No, it's not for campers. It's not, they can't overnight there. It's instead of having something parked next to their trailer site, they could have it parked there, the accessory trailer.
Any other questions from the committee?
Say again, what was that approved for before, Steve?
Is it 50?
Yeah. It was approved for, storage units there. I believe it was 50 storage units. So it was approved about a year ago, I'm guessing. And then also to reiterate, we have started the process with King. We're doing the erosion control plan on the site right now, whether it's for storage or for the parking lot would be similar to the same for impervious surfaces. So that's in the process of being done too at this time. So.
I have a question. Supervisor Conroy. Mark, I was looking at the campground map, the recent one. That parcel is now included in the campground?
It's actually a separate parcel. It used to be part of the campground before I bought it 15 years ago. The previous owners kept that small parcel. I purchased it a few years ago and then came and got the conditional use permit.
I remember that from the public storage potential.
Right.
But the question that I have, is it now within the campground?
No, it is a separate piece of property.
It's separate tax property.
I'm going to nitpick here, but it's a separate piece of property not within the campground, and you're asking for open storage on it. We just said some other people, well, then we can't have that.
Well, I understand.
It's RR1, so that would be my position.
And if denied, and I understand, well, we would go ahead with the storage.
You know, it's
so it's
you know,
right. No, I was just
trying to be consistent.
No, I understand.
That's the way. That's what I would raise.
Okay.
That there, you know, if we do some changing to the ordinance, it may be possible.
Sure.
Differently, but right now,
I understand.
Would it make a difference if it was combined with other property?
I think it would, and it would make a difference if it fell into the RRC district if we adopt that. But none of that's happened yet. So,
okay.
As of today, I don't think we could approve this rate stand.
Because we can easily connect it if needed because it was disconnected when it was bought separately and just hasn't been resurveyed to.
I understand, but you see my point.
Yes, I understand.
And there's obviously, you know, concern about doing this by the book.
Any other questions from the committee? Now I'll open the public hearing this time. Carla Graham, are you on?
I am, and I forgot to mention last time. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I forgot to mention I own property here at 31311 Deer Lake Road in the town of Webb Lake. And Steve Austin answered one of the things I was going to comment on, that if you were planning to approve this CUP, then you should revoke the other CUP for the 50-unit storage. And I also had in my comments about this isn't part of the campground, so it should be looked at different as the RR1, which also was addressed here by the supervisor. So anyway, that was kind of the things that I wanted to talk about, because if it is for the campgrounds, then this parcel should be identified as part of the campground and licensed with the state to follow all the rules and regulations for extra parking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Patrick Hansen.
Patrick Hansen, 11465 North Shore Drive in town of Wood River. I think the committee is already pretty much teasing out the issues that I was going to point out. I mean, you're calling a spade a spade. You can call it parking if you want, but it's outside storage. It's outdoor storage. And I think it's a slippery slope to relabel something like this, a use like this, parking, because suddenly every outdoor storage facility will start applying for conditional use as a seasonal parking lot. And I think that's a bad precedent to set. I think we should just call it what it is. It would be outdoor storage, seasonal or otherwise, it would be outdoor storage. So I appreciate the way the committee has already signaled that it's thinking about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, Joe Sincata. Are you on, Joe?
Yes, hello.
Hurry up, go ahead.
All right. Sorry I ran over last time. Let me try to squeeze this in here. Mr. Hansen just acknowledged this, and I guess I wanted to highlight the application. Seasonal parking is what it says. The concern you have when you're trying to be thoughtful about contributing to these types of permissions from property owners that are really negatively affected by this stuff is that's obviously not what's going on here, right? Mr. Hansen just acknowledged it. I think Mr. Austin acknowledged. They're looking to store stuff. Staff said, no, you can't do that under the ordinance. And so, again, summary denial is what's appropriate to be fair to everybody, but more to what one of the members just said, doing this by the book. And let me just go off on a point I want to make. You know, you're going to look at amending these ordinances in a second, but you got to enforce them. And the reason you have to enforce them is for fairness, of course, to create a sense of stability in the market and in the community, but also to empower the staff so you don't have long meetings like this, all these controversial issues, and you don't have people kind of, you know, well, I'll come back. It's a lot cheaper to come back to a meeting and get an extension than actually do the stuff on the site. And I think that's a reasonable conclusion about what's going on in both of these cups, that we're just, you know, let's go to a meeting one morning and then I'm fine. It's a lot cheaper. That is a bad precedent, as Mr. Hansen said and others have said, Mr. Hamilton. These are local folks that are very concerned about proper and thoughtful development. So this one needs to be denied. I think the other one did too. We're not on that one. But do so to help yourself and help the community and help your staff enforce stuff and not create, well, I'll just go back and get an extension. Everyone will forget about what happened or will get confused at the hearing. That's what I have to say on this one. As I said, I appreciate the time. I'm sorry I ran over earlier, but I'll keep trying to assist these folks to make sure that things are done according to the book, as was mentioned, and I'll pursue whatever is appropriate. I look forward to the coming discussion on the amendments, but those are my comments on this particular CUP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Don Hamilton.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Don Hamilton, Devils Lake. I agree. Here again, we've got an applicant that agreed to CUP 2053, and the condition that he agreed to in CUP 2053, that he would agree there would be no outside storage. And once again, we're having people come back and say, well, you know, I want to keep that deal, but I just want to tweak it a little bit. And I think that is unfair, and is not only unpopular, it is not right. And there is no basis, I believe, to approve this CUP. And I would recommend you deny outside storage. It's not fair to the people who just left. It's not fair to CUP 2053 that you folks genuinely agreed on conditions that this applicant said he would live with, and he has chosen not to. And said, well, I just want to change that deal. In a baseball game, if I'm behind at the ninth inning, I don't go, well, why don't we play 10 innings? Let's just play 10 innings. I think that's disingenuous, and I think this application on its simple merit should be denied. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other? Hearing no more public comments, I'll close the public hearing at this time on CUP 21 and 27. Any comments or questions from the committee?
Make a motion, we deny.
Mr. Patton makes a motion to deny.
Second.
Second by Mr. Blomberg. Roll call vote.
Discussion?
Go ahead.
Would it be appropriate to postpone since we do have things that are in the mill?
No, I mean, it wouldn't hurt, but I think it would require a reapplication in any event. So I think postponing it isn't gonna solve anything.
Motion to deny. Mr. Pearson?
Yes to deny.
Yes would be a denial. Mr. Patton?
Yes.
Mr. Blomberg?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson is absent. Mr. Roth?
Yes.
Mr. Conroy?
Yes.
Mr. Bickford, yes. Conditional use permit 21-27 has been denied. Okay. Next, we'll move on. Text amendment, TXT 2103, Chapter 30 and Chapter 45 changes related to campground items. This came from the committee, right? Correct. Before we start with public comments, do you want to make any comments for the committee?
I'll start with some, and the other work group members maybe would want to contribute too. Everyone here knows we worked through county board adopted a moratorium at this committee's request to look at campground issues and try to identify what the issues were that we needed to address. Our purpose was to try to clarify what was causing the controversy and what we should do to amend the ordinance to clarify, deal with that. It was not initially intended to develop a lot of ordinance language, although we did do some of that. And staff took it from there. So I think everyone is pretty familiar with it, but the bottom line is we wanted to limit campgrounds, eliminate them in the most highly dense zoning districts where the greatest conflict appeared to be, limit them in 3 other districts, and create a new district in recognition of the fact that campgrounds today are not what campgrounds were in 1971 when this ordinance was really written. They're transitioned into more of a high-density recreational facility rather than a come-and-go pop-up tent trailer sort of campground. And that's what our goals were, to address those issues, and our amendments reflect that. And we will discuss them. I believe we're going to go through the proposed changes and discuss them individually. We'll listen to testimony from you folks. We have had a lot of input from a lot of people, generally in support and suggesting stronger standards than we have recommended. With that, take it away. Any other committee members? Add Mr. Jim? Chuck?
No. Going to go through the ordinance?
However you want to do it. You want to go through it first or do a public hearing first?
That doesn't make a difference to me.
Let's go through the public hearing process first, and then we can address based on comments we've heard, if we want to address things or answer questions or whatever we want to do.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing at this time, and first, I got a list here of people, so. Chris and Carrie Anderson.
Hello, my name is Christopher Anderson. My wife and I are managers for Siren Country Campers in Siren. As an RV dealer that specializes in park model recreational vehicles, or PMRVs, we are the area's experts on the subject and are here to offer our expertise, our experience regarding campgrounds and specifically park models in general. PMRVs are the epitome of style, construction, durability, livability, and function the RV industry has to offer. They are by far the best product for consumers looking for recreation in any area in which they choose to recreate. We believe this so wholeheartedly that it has been a primary focus of our business for 16 years and will continue to be. Over this decade and a half working in the RV industry, I have done nearly 1,000 deliveries, been to hundreds of campgrounds, met thousands of wonderful people, and tried my best to engage on a personal level with everyone, including our customers, campground owners. I believe that areas that can accommodate a rejuvenation of mind, spirit, and body through recreation, such as Burnett County, has a moral responsibility to be as inviting as humanly possible. What the small minority is trying to push the county supervisors to do is the exact opposite of that responsibility. A movement that will not only discourage these wonderful people from coming, enjoying, and contributing to our communities, but also hurt Burnett County, its businesses, residents, as a whole. In this time period, I have been to many campgrounds all over Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa. It needs to be realized that Burnett County is in competition with other areas, not only Wisconsin, but also Minnesota as a whole. To attract these buyers, many of these areas have realized the benefits of an open arms policy to park models and the people that purchase them have on the counties and surrounding communities. To give in to this minority of voices, whose opinions are based grossly on misinformation and half-truths, would greatly damage Burnett County businesses and residences. It is important to understand modern PMRVs attract a specific clientele. They are affluent members of the campground communities. Also, every campground owner I have spoken with in Burnett County wants more park models on their properties, not less. PMRV owners spend more time at their respective campgrounds as well as private property, thusly spending more money in Burnett County in all facets of commercial interests. In other areas, there are campgrounds and associations that are primarily comprised of PMRVs. They are thriving communities. In short, more campgrounds and larger numbers of lots and park malls in particular are what Burnett County needs moving forward. For several months, there has been a great deal of misinformation presented to the supervisors regarding PMRVs, what they are, how they are used, and what they represent to Burnett County in terms of recreational revenue. The current proposed changes to the definitions of park malls specifically, again, based on misinformation and is almost entirely false, the federal... That's close.
Next, Carrie Anderson.
I'd like to speak to you today on why Burnett County wants more park models and campgrounds. Park models and campers are taxed by where they are customarily kept. If you only allow temporary camping instead of seasonal campgrounds with more permanent sites, Burnett County will lose out on all those sales tax revenues from these purchases. Just one park model ranges from $70,000 to $90,000, and RV sales are in the millions. Currently, Burnett County has limited park models to campgrounds with more than 25 sites. If you take into consideration some of the new proposed zoning regulations, park models will not be allowed in these areas. Park model buyers average from 40 to 70 years of age and are generally in a higher income bracket. They are retired couples, teachers, business professionals, and hardworking people who want to enjoy some quality time off with all that Burnett County has to offer. They come for weekends or weeks at a time, spending lots of extra revenue in the county with purchases such as groceries and gas, shopping at stores, enjoying entertainment, restaurants, and bars. If you limit or prohibit park model buyers in Burnett County, they will simply choose another county, and you will lose out on the extra revenue each of those families provides. Park model communities and campgrounds have been around for a long time. Retirement states such as Florida and Arizona have huge parks full of these. And they, Burnett County should mimic these concepts by enticing people to spend months at a time instead of days. Adding more campgrounds will simply bring in more extra revenue to local businesses and help us grow wholesomely as a community. Currently, business in Burnett County suffer over the winter because campgrounds are closed and tourism is low, which shows their impact on the economy. Limiting seasonal recreation to 180 days will negatively impact the economy, upset current campground customers, and discourage new tourists from coming to the area. I urge the board members today to take the time in this decision to consider Burnett County best interest in heart by not limiting, stifling, or discriminating against campgrounds, tourism, park models, campers, and seasonal residents. We are not trying to swoop in today at the last minute to give opposition. I believe most campground owners, RV owners, and business owners did not know anything about this, and they would be more here today to voice their opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Next, John LeMay.
Hello, my name is John LeMay, and I live at 3727 Loon Lake Road on Loon Lake. I'm here to support the amendments as proposed by the Preserve Burnett County organization and urge you to enact them as part of your program. I thank you very much for all the time and effort that you've all spent putting this together, and I think it's a great step forward for Burnett County. Thank you.
Carol Huff.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Carol.
I'm Carol Huff. I live at 22973 County Road M in Grantsburg. I've been a resident of Burnett County for over 30 years. I love it here. I support and thank you, the county board and the land use committee for spending the time, number one, putting the moratorium on so that you can look at the issue, and second off, to be willing to take it back and to look at the amendments. I think it's important to listen to all the residents, not just the owners of campgrounds, because all of us are affected when we have lots more people in high-density campgrounds. My concern is that we keep moving forward and make the amendments that are needed to protect us. So I support the amendments. I was a previous employee of Burnett County in the health department, and I saw that, we have limited resources. And yes, it's great to have additional people in our county, but we also haven't the additional tax base, even with more campgrounds to support more police, more fire, more health and human services. So I'm really thankful that you're taking a look at this. It's really important. We need to make some rules that kind of limit it. Absolutely, let's keep campgrounds there, but let's look at it more in depth so that we're being thoughtful in how we do it for both the people that own the campgrounds and for the rest of us that live here. And thank you so much for listening to us.
Thank you, Carol. Next, John Roche.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Go ahead, John.
Hello, my name is John Roche. I own property on Highway 70 in Siren, Wisconsin, and have participated numerous times in CUP applications. Quickly to address the first caller, it appears you guys are in the minority. You could muster up you and your wife as a proponent against this work in the county, but we have many taxpayers that are supporting all of the work that we're doing here. Quickly though, first off, I just want to thank the entire committee for your hard work, dedication, and adaptability, as it seems like we have finally recognized some land usage issues in Burnett County that need attention. As the year goes on and things change, so should rules and policies should follow suit. I want to additionally thank the work group that has put numerous hours in tax-paying citizens recognize this. We know you're working hard. And I also want to publicly thank all the members of the Preserve Burnett County team and the countless support we've received from the county. As we spent numerous hours working on one common goal, and I'm proud to be part of this team. Burnett County should be excited to have as many dedicated taxpayers as they do that care about the condition of the county, not only now, but for future generations. The work group has made progress, but we have 3 proposed amendments that would simplify the entire issue. You've all received them via email. 1, remove campgrounds as a conditional permitted use as in residential areas. I'm not sure any thought process or rationale that can lead to campgrounds fitting in a residential land and usage. Number 2, add a hard cap on 50 units for all new campgrounds in RRRC zoning district. Again, we aren't against campgrounds, but feel they need to be appropriately sized to ensure the Northwoods feel, and also not placing a small town and minimal acres of land. 3rd, define temporary camping as stays of 14 days or less. I really don't think camping is seasonally residing in an RV for the entire summer. We must land on a definition. I'm certain citizens are more than happy to assist in monitoring this. I'm not sure how many more emails, petitions, and letters you need to read to see the writing on the wall. The tax-paying citizens that you are supposed to represent have spoken loud and clear for months upon months, and we feel these 3 amendments need to be added to ensure solutions to our current issues. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate your hard work, and I hope you listen to the community that have overwhelming support for these amendments. Thanks for your time. And with extra time, I wanted to thank Jason Wanda as well. Sneak that in. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Steve Pearson.
I'll pick up where I left off earlier. I just want to say that I'm glad to see that you've included RR1 and RR2 in the as a conditional use, or eliminating that conditional use. But I'd like to say that our hope is that you will also add RR3 to that list. We've seen the kind of conflicts that happen when you've got small residential parcels next door to large campgrounds and all that that entails. Also, I want to come back to the proposed RRRC district and take a look at what I think would be an unintended consequence of its creation. I'm not against its creation, but I just want to talk about this a minute. Because it has no cap on campsites, it's easy to envision a stampede of landowners seeking a rezone to the new designation as a way of increasing their land value and making it more attractive to investors. As such, it really won't do anything to alleviate the potential problems that a high-density, oversized campground with a lot of noise and congestion and straining infrastructure and services that is currently what we've got. Supervisor Conroy has proposed the idea of proportionality guidance for the CUPs for small campgrounds in RR3, A2, and F1. The numbers of campsites would be based on a ratio of sites to permitted dwelling density of the district. For example, in an A2, you'd have a density of 1 dwelling per 10 acres, so that would result in 5 campsites per 10 acres. This same idea could be applied to the RRRC district with a cap of 50 campsites rather than the 25 campsite cap proposed for the smaller campgrounds. The exception to this could be that any campground within the boundaries of one of our villages where campgrounds would provide a big boost to the local economies, and this is something I've advocated with various members of the committee and the work group. In addition, I support the amendment dividing temporary camping as stays of 14 days or less. This is the guideline used in state and national parks. Anything longer than that really is residential rental or a seasonal lease should be allowed in some other form, whether as a manufactured home community or under a short-term rental license. If we're serious about wanting to give more people the opportunity to enjoy the natural wonders of our county, then a 14-day limit on campsites would do just that. Finally, I want to say a big thank you to all of you once again. We all want a sustainable future for our county that makes the most of the natural resources we've been blessed with while preserving the best of rural living for future generations. This is one of those watershed moments in the life of a place and its people. May those who come after us say that we took the right path. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Judy Rialt.
Good morning. My name is Judy Rialt. My address is 10761 Crosstown Road, Grantsburg. Our family has enjoyed being on this location for 53 years. Supervisors, I sincerely thank you for all your service, for your flexibility and embracement of technology to allow me to speak via telephone today, as my schedule did not allow me to attend and speak in person. I strongly support and ask each of you to approve the LUIC Campground Work Group's proposed amendments, TXT 21-03, with the following additional amendments as proposed by Preserve Burnett County members. Campgrounds should be capped at 50 units in the new RRRC zoning district. Temporary camping should be limited to 14 days before camping units must move. Campgrounds should not be allowed in any residential areas, including RR3. Our family has supported over 53 years local business owners and communities. I do not envision campers doing the same. Rather, they load their campers up with food and beverages from the communities they reside and stay within the campgrounds. How does this add to the local economy? I strongly believe this will negatively impact the local infrastructure, including roads and services. Currently, we witness bottlenecks on Highway 70 every weekend. My family has enjoyed Burnett County for 53 years. We pay annual taxes to Burnett County. How do the campers support the annual tax revenues? The campground tax structures should be taxed to reflect each unit that resides in the campground. I understand and appreciate Mr. McAndrews spent $80,000 last year. What property taxes is he paying annually? We as property owners pay the taxes. Thank you for your time today and listening to my input via telephone.
Thank you, Judy. Next, we have Dave Green.
Yeah, hello. This is Dave Green from Staples Lake Road. As of last spring, I have been a resident of Burnett County for 40 years. The Land Use Committee has put in a lot of work, and I thank them for all their work. Even so, there are a few loopholes. I support the amendments written by Nick Vivian, especially that temporary camping should be limited to 14 days. I hope future generations can say that we took the right path. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Christina Whitaker.
Hi, good morning. Christina Whitaker was a resident of Webster on the Yellow River. My husband and I are longtime residents of the community, and I wanted to take the time now to thank all of you for your hard work today and dedicated efforts towards implementing policies to preserve Burnett County in our rural community. I'm calling in today to ask you to approve the LUIC Campground Work Group's proposed amendments with the subsequent additional amendments as proposed by Preserve Burnett County, which includes campgrounds should not be allowed in any residential areas, including RR3. Campgrounds should be capped at 50 units in the new RRRC zoning district, and the temporary camping should be limited to 14 days before camping units must be removed. I appreciate your time. Also, Preserve Burnett County's hard work on this is much appreciated, and thank you for all of your consideration today.
Thank you, Christina. Barbara Gregg. Barbara Gregg. Brad Kautzer.
Hi, my name is Brad Kautzer, 24966 Olson Road in Webster. My family has lived on Big Sand Lake since 2004 and has enjoyed decades of Burnett County prior to that. I want to sincerely thank the Commission and the Special Working Group on the Campgrounds, the moratorium, that are working before the committee today. A vote affirming practical restrictions, conditions, and amendments will establish a common sense limitation for responsible development in appropriate locations. These proposed changes will bring clarity while still affording development in a responsible manner, while respecting the rights of existing property owners and their substantial commitments, including investments, tax paying, and so on. We care deeply about Burnett County and do not want to see it permanently and irrevocably changed with higher density camping. Thank you for your service and support. Burnett County will be a better place because of your work and decisions that we make today. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Mark Krause.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here, same as everybody else. And I'd also like to point out, I know I've been to a lot of these meetings and working on ordinances all through the years. I've been working on for over 35 years. I think I've been to more meetings here than anybody else, except for maybe Craig, although he was probably in Washburn County for many of those years too. But we continue to work through the ordinances and work on resolutions on how to work with people and working on things. Zoning is not a popularity contest. It's based on rules and regulations that we want to work with, and it also has to do with property owner rights of what the people own and what they can and can't do with their properties and how it affects your neighbors. Most people here do not want to admit that their neighbor could tell them to paint their house pink or black or yellow or put screening up to if they want on their garages. So there's so many people here that don't have these conditions put on them that we've been talking about for the conditional uses like campgrounds and other uses. And if you're out there working like I am every day, we've provided more than $30,000 to the county in permit fees alone this year already. It's been super busy with the campgrounds, other things, and even more so with houses and improvements. We get people that want 80-foot houses on 100-foot lots, and they want us to get them to work and work with Jason and the committee here. We continue to work with making solutions for people. And people don't realize how much degradation they do to their own properties when they're doing their development and aren't very careful about it until they learn about the rules and regulations. And I would hope that all the people that here are talking about rules and regulations put those rules and regulations to work on their own properties and themselves, because a lot of this I see is not happening. The later rules and regulations that have been put in are very good. The last 4 or 5 years with the erosion control plans and so forth were much needed. They've been needed for many, many years. Anybody on the lake shore, we go around the lakes now. When we first started, there was hardly a dock or a boat slip that was more than one fishing boat on a dock. Now there's pontoons, there's speedboats, there's jet skis at every one of these docks. And these, if they're not hurting the environment, then nothing else, nothing will. So look at themselves first when they're talking about environment and other places here and limiting what other people can and can't do with their properties. Because what's happening on these properties, just like the campgrounds, they're trying to provide an access or a place for people to come and enjoy the outside. And the property owners that are doing the campgrounds are large investments. Just like a large investment on a home, people are trying to protect those investments. And I don't think we've heard from the campground owners themselves in part of your conditions. I applaud you. I spoke with your committee. We talked about many things. And I don't think the sheriff, all the DNR and other personnel had anything negative to say really about the campgrounds. As Ruth King stated, it's not an apocalypse, it's coming. It's existing. Thank you.
Next, Susan Gooding.
My name is Susan Gooding, and I live at 29355 Love Lake Lane. And I'm really happy to be here. I really appreciate the work that you've done. I've been before you before, long time ago when I had when we put we had approved, first by the township, then by the county, then by the state, a slow no wake zone that prevented the alteration of a big wetland at the end of Love Lake. And so our family, Father, Buck and Dottie Gooding, thousands and thousands and thousands of volunteer hours, to say nothing of their tax dollars. Those of us that have lived here a long time invest in the community in a variety of ways. We contribute to the library. We contribute to Fort Polo One. We are not out here to, I think we support campgrounds. I think we would support seasonal camping, of course. I can't speak for my entire family. Here I am to be present because my father, Buck, is at home and he couldn't get here today. And but we are intergenerationally, multiply integrated into the community. And so we know many of you and many of the people in the room very well. And I don't need to stand up here and besmirch other people. And I really appreciate what you said and appreciate your $80,000 you spent. It's an important issue that's before you. But as far as campgrounds, no one is stopping these developments outside of these zoning areas. So our family, I'm speaking for my past generation, my generation, and the grandkids who are going to inherit the property on Love Lake, and will be here and know stories over a long time. We support every amendment, and we appreciate you as we do the Preserve Burnett County group, because we started very isolated and had a lot at stake. We've invested in buying property to preserve them. And so those of us who are here are not people who are petty, small-minded, small group of people. Just wanted to make sure that statement, because we're not making that statement about you. So thank you all very much. My family, there's, I don't, the young lady who was here, the veterinarian, must not have been able to speak today when she, when her name was called on the phone. But I speak, generally Love Lake has been behind the protection of resources in a way that's sensible and does not prevent the viability of Burnett County. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Linda Larson.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Linda Larson. My family owns a cabin on 5051 State Road 70, Viola Lake, and I too want to echo how much I appreciate your time and effort into this matter. And I too just want to echo my support for the Campground Work Group's proposed text amendment, as well as the additional amendments proposed by the Preserve Burnett County. I would appreciate you limiting temporary camp to the limited of the 14 days of the camping units must be moved. And I ask your support for the campgrounds to be capped at 50 units in the new RRRC zoning district. And the campground should not be allowed in any residential area, including the RR3. Thank you for your time and service. It is all greatly appreciated. And I ask that you approve the proposed text amendment as well as the additional amendments as proposed by the Preserve Burnett County.
Thank you, Linda. Next, Steve Voigt.
Thank you. Again, I'm Steve Voigt. My address is 26943 Riverwoods Trail, Webster, which is directly across the Yellow River from a proposed campground. The close proximity may give me a vested interest in solid regulations concerning campgrounds. However, I believe most Burnett County residents are also interested in wise campground standards. Because of that, I support amendments that campgrounds should not be allowed in any residential areas, that campgrounds be capped at 50 units, and that temporary camping should be limited to 14 days. Thanks again for your service in consideration of the proposed text amendments.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have Lynn Thornton.
Good morning, and thank you. My name is Lynn Thornton, 31009 South Webb Lake Drive. We've been here for going on about 20 years, and one of the first investments we made was to put boulder riprap in across our shoreline to help preserve its integrity. We worked locally, and we're very pleased with the quality of the work, and I smile every time I kayak past those boulders because I know that we're doing our part. I speak for several Webb Lake neighbors who are unable to attend today in support of the amendment. I don't begrudge developers for wanting to profit from campground expansion. I was a business owner once myself before retirement. I know many people who wouldn't trade the mobile life for a cabin if their life depended on it anywhere. And I'm sure the states in which these people purchased their RVs made good use of the tax dollars that they got from those sales. And I wanted to applaud all of you for your thoughtful consideration that you bring to your work, which I imagine can be pretty thankless at times. So I've been thinking about why we all love Burnett County. Everyone on this call, everyone in the room, it's the woods, it's the wildlife, and most importantly, it's the quality of the lakes and their shorelines. Everything is threatened by expansion. Maybe not today or even in a few years from now, but in the future, let us have no regrets that we did everything within our power to keep Burnett County environmentally healthy. Thank you again for your time and your service.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, Jerry Tischer.
Morning, I'm Jerry Tischer, own property in Oakland Township on Connors Lake Road. Appreciate your work, and I'm asking you to support the work and efforts that are proposed within Amendment E. Heard lots of stories, lots of good comment about that, and I endorse all of those. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jerry. Next, Jared Kraus.
Good morning. Jerry Kraus, 6720 Hayden Lake Road in Danbury. 6 generations of my family has enjoyed our 2-bedroom cottage, the only place that we own on Lake Minerva. I would urge the committee to support the long overdue amendments recommended by the work group and the 3 additional requested changes supported by Preserve Burnett County. Collectively, they provide a roadmap out of the swamp of Act 67 campground controversy. I ask myself the profound question of why I'm here. I would urge you to reject the notion, certainly, that these changes are an us versus them, the rich versus the less fortunate. Our cottage is one of 10 in a community called Blueberry Hill. It's a former 100-year-old resort. I brought with me something that I see every night before I go to bed and what I see every morning when I get up. This is a picture of the cottage my father-in-law and mother-in-law purchased in the 1960s. It's been renovated over time. This used to be actually a horse stable. We now have an inside set of stairs. The loft that used to have hay is still a loft, not with hay. And we have enclosed the porch, renovated that as well. We now have a living room and dining room where the porch used to be. And I think during Prohibition, it was a bar, a tavern for those fortunate to be at the resort. And the porch was a place where people drank. So we are, like others there, mostly with modest 2-bedroom affairs that are part of a close-knit co-op-like community or a collection of librarians, former college and high school teachers, a former nurse, a massage therapist, and other public servants. We are guided by stewardship as responsible guardians to carefully manage this small part of the world with a vision to plan with wisdom and imagination. We collectively manage our natural environment, 500 feet of shoreline and other areas. We have put in erosion rock trenches, rain gardens, hundreds of wildflowers, grasses, trees, and shrubs. This season alone, I've spent roughly 200 hours not only attending meetings like this and working on these issues, but 200 hours of doing plantings and nurturing the environment where I live. We're not only about the future, but also we're mindful of the past. At our recent meeting of owners, we talked about the relocation of the bell tower and the 33 names of prior owners and others who long treasured this community have long since departed. I'm here guided in large measure by a commitment to stewardship and to leave a place better than I have found it. This committee, I think, in its consideration of the work recommendations and the other 3 additions should be guided by similar principles. The mission of this county is to provide vision and stewardship. It's on the wall next door. I urge you, please, to carefully plan for the future as our guardians. Thank you so much.
Next, Cindy Neubauer, Conkey.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thanks for your time this morning and for your work on all things regarding land use in our county. It's an important and many times thankless job. My name is Cindy Neubauer Stanke, and my family has had a cabin on South Devils Lake Drive in Webster for more than 50 years. I applaud that you created a moratorium and created the campground work group, and that you're taking steps to make the issue of conditional use for campgrounds an easier and more structured process in the future. And thank you to the work group members for your time and effort as well. I support and ask you to approve the Campground Work Group's proposed text amendment 2103 with the additions proposed by Preserve Burnett County and Nick Vivian, including that campgrounds should not be allowed in any residential areas, including RR3. If an RR3 property seems appropriate for a campground, let the owner apply to rezone to the newly proposed RRRC zone. Also, in the newly proposed RRRC zone, that campground occupancy should be limited to 50 units, since it is a mixed-use district resulting from a rezoning and containing residential recreational in the very name. And finally, that camping length of stay in such campgrounds should be limited to 14 days before camping units must move, which is not uncommon in many state and federal campgrounds. Thank you for your time and effort and your service to the county.
Thank you, Cindy. Next, Joy Dressel.
There's one for Jason as well. I'll get these two. Good morning. This is Joy Dressel again, Burnett County resident. And I'm here today to request your support for an amendment to the ordinance changes related to the campgrounds. I would like to see a cap of 50 campsites placed on campgrounds in the new RRRC zoning district. The numbers and data in front of you support the request. Let me walk you through it. Most of the data from the DATCAP licensed campground file was received from Ted Tucholsky. He also presented at the work group last May. The chart at the top of page 1 segments campgrounds based on size. As shown, 61% of campgrounds in the state have 50 or less campsites, validating a shift to smaller campgrounds. Just below that is a list of campgrounds in the county. As noted, the 3 religious camps and 2 private campgrounds were removed, and I did add 5 entities not on the state list. 2 campgrounds under construction, not yet licensed, the Sioux Portage, which is tent only, the Hurdle Express on Tribal Land, and Voyager Village. Since 2013, Voyager has allowed perpetual camping. I estimated that 300 of the 420 eligible lots will become campsites. This provides more than 2,000 campsites in our county right now. Excluding Voyager, we still have an average of 55 campsites per campground, so above the state average. Moving to page 2, there is a map of all campgrounds in the county, and as campground size increases, more county services are required. I've documented some of the incidents that have occurred so far in 2021, which have required a response from the county, the DNR, and/or the township. A definite hit to law enforcement, fire, and EMS budgets in 2021. Note Chairman Taylor's quote at the bottom of the page. We can't support having so many more people here. And on page 3, I've created some top 10 lists for our 72 Wisconsin counties. These are lists that we do not want to be on. If you factor in the missing campgrounds from the state file plus Voyager, Burnett County would be number 5 for number of campgrounds by county. We are 5th per capita and 7th based on acreage. This is alarming to me. We are dangerously close to becoming the campground capital of Wisconsin. It's time to make changes that will provide for more measured and strategic growth in this sector. The population of Burnett County taxpayers cannot continue to support an ever-growing population of non-taxpayers without experiencing a degradation of the infrastructure and county services. I request that you please support a 50-unit cap in the RRRC zoning district. Thank you.
Patrick Hansen.
Patrick Hansen, 11465 North Shore Drive in Town of Wood River. On behalf of myself, my family, and Preserve Burnett County, I'm speaking in support of the text amendments before you today. Thank you all, and especially Supervisors Conroy, Awe, and Patton, for all the work that you have done to bring these proposed changes to the committee and to the public. The work group heard extensive expert testimony on the benefits and challenges that large, high-density campgrounds pose in Burnett County. I'm not here to relitigate that testimony or to cherry-pick details that support my position. The work group drafted sensible changes in response to the input that they received, and they've done their job well. Thank you. Yet they've also done that work under the gun. In the back of our minds and everyone's minds, we've had the ticking clock of the campground moratorium counting down to 0 later this month. And so the work group has not made all the changes that I might have wanted, or maybe in some cases even changes that you would have wanted. Given the real-world constraints we're all dealing with, Preserve Burnett County is proposing 3 specific amendments that you've heard a lot about so far today. We believe these would strengthen and simplify the proposed changes in the text amendment. Number 1 is to remove campgrounds as a conditionally permitted use in all residential areas, including RR3 zoning. There's no time at this point to come up with a complex proportionality formula for number of camping units based on lot size per county zoning and town subdivision rules. There's just not time for that. Let's keep it simple and recognize that land zoned for residential use is just not fit for high-density campgrounds or for any campgrounds at all. And if it is fit for that use, it could be rezoned to RRRC, the new zoning district. Number 2, add a hard cap of 50 units for all new campgrounds in that RRRC zoning district. You heard some great rationale for that from Joy just a moment ago. We're setting hard caps in A2 and in the forestry districts. So we're already doing that with a limit of 25 units in those zoning districts. It just makes sense to do the same in the new RRRC district. Anything bigger than 50 units is really a small town, and that needs more infrastructure and more services than what the county can currently offer. Number 3, define temporary camping as stays of 14 days or less. Anything longer than that is a residential rental or a seasonal lease. And it should be proposed in some other form. It's not camping. It's not temporary camping. It could be a manufactured home community. It could be something else altogether, but let's not pretend that it's camping. It is not camping. I don't camp at my little cabin all summer. That's not what I'm doing. That's not what anyone's doing. Let's not fool ourselves that living seasonally in a travel trailer, park model cabin is temporary. Thank you.
Thanks. Terry Bryant.
Good morning. My name is Terry Bryant. I'm a year-round full-time resident of Burnett County. I live on Anchor and Lane. I pay taxes and I vote in every election. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thank you for all you do on my behalf. I can't remember my first trip to Burnett County. I was a baby, too young to remember. But as my family's summer vacations in a cabin morphed into a year-round home and full-time residency, I've accumulated a lifetime of very fond memories of the people, the wildlife, and the natural resources that make Burnett County such a special place. I am here today as one of the 4,936 people who so far have requested that you approve 3 amendments to the proposed zoning code revisions. Now, I suspect I know what some of you are thinking. 4,936 people clicked a button to electronically sign a request to add those amendments. How much commitment did that take? Well, I'm here to put a face on those clicks. So when you consider our requests for those amendments, you'll see that they weren't frivolous afterthoughts. Each of those clicks were, in fact, the result of a process reflective of the technology we live with today and a great deal of thoughtful analysis and consideration done by people just like you. Those clicks represent thousands of families like mine who are fully vested in this county, who just a few years ago couldn't imagine that a campground could evolve into hundreds of nearly permanent structures versus the tents that were the campgrounds of our past. Those clicks represent thousands of families like mine who can't imagine how the current public health and safety services of this county could possibly handle an unchecked increase in temporary residents if the zoning code doesn't include hard caps on number of units and length of stay. The same holds true for county bridges, county roads and bridges and other infrastructure. We must look into the future and think what could happen and how can we best prepare for it. I realize none of us have a crystal ball, or at least I don't think any of us have a crystal ball. So we have to use recent history to help us anticipate what's best for the future. Who among us could have predicted a 94-unit campground less than a mile down the road from where we're meeting here today? I respectfully request you adopt the 3 amendments that have been submitted by the Preserve Burnett County group of citizens a group of thousands of citizens fully invested in the quiet use and enjoyment of the land within Burnett County and committed to ensuring Burnett County continues to be a beautiful place to live, work, raise a family, and if you're very, very lucky, retire. Again, thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Terry. Next, Robert Kugler. Aaron Priest.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Corinne Preuss. My family has a cabin at 30717 Tabor Lake Drive in Danbury. We've been blessed to spend time in Burnett County since the 1920s. Please approve text amendment TXT 2103, including the 3 amendments proposed by Preserve Burnett County and Attorney Vivian. Over the last year, I have seen the work of you, the supervisors, who serve the community without much gain or glory, working to make decisions that will be wise, that will serve the community well into the future. You have to balance the needs and desires of many different constituents and stakeholders. I applaud the hard work you've done over the last many months. I've never been this close to the sausage making, and you all have revived my civic spirit. And I applaud you who work at the Burnett County Government Center. Every time I call, I have been met with responsiveness and a determination to get to the bottom of whatever my question is. I have had cause to look for things on the Burnett County website and the Washburn County website. Burnett County is so much better, so helpful, accessible, and jam-packed with useful information. Bravo to all of you. I want to say I don't have a problem with RVs, park models, nor the people who own them. I have a problem with how they're regulated. The areas they exist in should not be considered campgrounds. The gentleman who spoke at the beginning of this meeting about DeForest is a perfect example. He and his $80,000 are fantastic for the county. But he's more like me, a cabin owner, or like a homeowner, than a camper. He's not a camper. The gentleman who sells PMRVs, he's right. RVing is wonderful. I've been thinking about buying one myself. But RVs can be zoned so it doesn't spoil life for others, so we can all live peacefully together. I thought about development. My mother was born and raised in Hayward, where Tony Weiss put that town on the national map. I worked in my grandmother's gift shop on Main Street, watched the tourists walk up and down the streets all summer long. That kind of development raised all boats, not just one man's yacht. Please forgive me for my Minnesota examples, but there's the Split Rock Wilds mountain bike trail, which is drawing national attention from cyclists. The North House Folk School in Grand Marais, and now Duluth is becoming a climate change refuge. Let's encourage developers who are truly interested in the particular attributes of this place. Beautiful Burnett County, the Fishbowl, developers who would leverage our attributes for community economic health rather than just personal wealth. In this day and age, there are times when we just have to buck up, accept and adjust to modern life. But there are other times when we need to preserve the things that keep us human, that are timeless, that feed our very souls. You do not have to bow to demands by those who say they are for progress, but in fact have narrow, self-interested goals. Please bring courage.
Thank you. Next, Paul Cleary.
Good morning. I thank the supervisors for your time you've spent and your interest, to stop or to at least to control the proliferation of RV parks in Burnett County. This didn't start recently. I bought a cabin from Charlie Tolander in 1984. And in the deed, it said I couldn't park a mobile home on my land. 2 years later, Charlie comes to me and he says, Pat, there's a guy who wants to buy the backland there, but I thought you ought to get first chance. So I bought 12 acres, and I can assure you that's going to be wildland forever, and I'll never be coming before you asking for approval to put an RV park there. Since then, my family and I have enjoyed the quiet, almost wilderness beauty of Burnett County, And of course, I've paid a lot of taxes. They went up quite a lot during that time. I also know all of you enjoy that quiet beauty, and and therefore I support the amendment 2103, and I support the prohibition of campgrounds in residential areas. I support limiting camping to 12 to 14 days, and I support limiting the size of these campgrounds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Timothy Stoffel.
Good morning.
Morning, Tim.
It's Tim. Good morning. Hey, it's Tim Stoffel, 7154 South Devils Lake Drive in Webster. I agree with a number of the aspects that the Land Use Committee work group has worked on very hard on over the last 6 months. Thank you for your efforts. The definition of campgrounds has changed. Now many of them have turned into permanent placement of larger campers with decks, sheds, bunkhouses that are not moved. These are high-density cabins, not campers. Providing cups to developers of high-density commercial property campgrounds in ag land and residential districts needs to stop. A number of the recent cups have severe negative consequences on the general welfare, health, safety, and economic prosperity to the local towns, residents, and neighbors of our commercial, of these commercial projects. I fully support and ask for your approval of the work group's proposed amendments with the following additional amendments which have been proposed by Preserve Burnett County. The campgrounds should not be allowed in any residential areas, including R1, 2, and 3. The campground should be capped at a maximum of 50 units in the new RRRC zone. And temporary overnight camping should be limited to 14 days before camping units must be moved, which is common in many state parks. I would also like the board to consider reducing the number of units allowed in A2 and F1 to 10 mobile camping units rather than just 25. Additionally, the board needs to make sure that no cups should be allowed on multiple and adjacent parcels to work around these definitions. One more comment. The attorney for the Wisconsin Association of Campground Owners stated in a letter to the committee that campgrounds do not create a burden on local governments. They generate few calls for services. Their guests do not require human service expenditures, and that many campgrounds rarely see the sheriff's department. Obviously, this attorney is generalizing and clearly uninformed, because we can all think of a number of incidences in Burnett County alone in the last few months that all the above have been needed by campers within campgrounds. Now this attorney wants the moratorium to expire and start over. This should not be allowed. He should have been involved since day one. It wasn't a secret group. Please approve these amendments, adjust the ones I just mentioned above, and also presented by the working group. Thank you all for your time. Have a good day.
Next, Nick Vivian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nick Vivian. I'm an attorney with the Eckberg Lammers Law Firm. I've had the privilege of working with a number of groups in Burnett County and have been before your committee previously. Today I have the pleasure of representing Preserve Burnett County. I'm also a municipal attorney. I represent a number of towns in Burnett County, and a number of other communities in Wisconsin. We work on zoning ordinances regularly. And, from my perspective, it's not about saying no. It's about being reasonable. It's about listening to the members of the community. It's about preserving the health, safety, and welfare of the folks that you serve and that you represent. And in many cases, it's about balancing. You've heard comments about development, and development isn't bad by its nature. I represent developers. But it has impacts, and it's up to you as to how it's going to impact your community. And so as your community has come to you through the work group, through all the folks that have testified, through all the comments that you've received, by and large, you can see that they applaud your efforts in working on making changes to the campground ordinances. They asked me to memorialize 3 amendments that they've talked to very well
today. You see them in the documentation that you have before you, eliminating camping in residential areas for consistency purposes. Your ordinance should be consistent. It doesn't make a lot of sense to eliminate camping from RR1 and RR2 and then to leave it, to allow it in RR3. When you look at your code for consistency purposes, eliminating it from RR3 just makes sense. It's reasonable, and it balances considerations. The new RC zoning district is going to be a new district. Put a cap on it to start. You can always come back and take a look and expand it. But the residents have said, let's try 50. We think 50 is the right number from a burden perspective. And let's start there with the hard cap. And then as it relates to temporary camping, right now there's very little definition in your ordinance as to what it means. When you look at the statute and you look at the regulations, ATCP 79.30 talks about temporary camping as temporary overnight. It's pretty vague, but when you look at it and you look at the seasonal camping definition, seasonal camping in the statute is described as 30 or more days. Well, certainly by temporary camping, you're not envisioning a seasonal campsite. You're not envisioning seasonal camping. And so it should be something less than that. Your residents, your community have said, let's use 14 days. And so as we balance all these considerations, we ask you to look at what's reasonable, to try it. You can always come back and update it in the future if it doesn't work. Thank you.
Steve Austin.
Hi, Steve Austin with North Camp Properties. I sent a letter to the board, but when I see the stack of that, I'm not sure you guys may have saw it. But thank you. I just want to reiterate, it seems like the things that I kept hearing over and over is about property values being hurt. You had your own experts come in and said there was no evidence of that. The emergency services, our own sheriffs got up and said it's not an issue. Very low usage of the campgrounds. Our county road commissioner said the roads are more than designed well enough to handle the camper traffic. And the taxes, the campgrounds pay property tax. And if they weren't campgrounds, they'd pay a lot less tax. And we know that the campers themselves do pay sales tax. We're okay if it was turned around, or if the rule is changed, we're fine with that, but that needs to be changed at the Madison level. And one other thing I'd just like to know, or I guess point out to the best of my knowledge, I don't know if the committee had any input at all from the other campground owners. I hope you did. This is a pretty big decision. I don't expect it from me, but I hope that some of the other campground owners were asked for input. Thank you.
Okay. Kathy Bergeron. Don Hamilton.
Good morning, Don Hamilton, South Devils Lake Drive. I really want to thank the committee. I really want to thank the subcommittee. Your time, energy, patience, and your commitment that you've given to listening and learning about all of the issues and sub-issues and layers to this campground issue is noteworthy. And I sincerely appreciate all the time and effort you spent on that. As a citizen and not an elected official, I sincerely appreciate your service. So thank you for that. First off, I want to say I support camping and campgrounds. For those of you that have been on this committee for a while, you know prior to COVID, there was a time where I think my wife and I and Brian Nelson maybe were the only 2 or 3 people in the public that were at these meetings. And, for the record, I support camping and campgrounds. I was here for Mr. Austin's Cup 19. I was here for Howman's Cup, and I testified in support of that. I have testified in support of a recent Whitetail Wilderness CUP. I support camping, and I support campgrounds. But I also support reasonable regulation. And I think what the committee has done, the great job the staff has done with the amendments is superb. I also think the 3 amendments that have been presented today should be included in that. I think it's reasonable, and I think it's well-intentioned, and I think it reflects our time, our time of now, of where we're at. Our current ordinance hasn't been updated in almost 50 years, and the current ordinance defines temporary camping as temporary overnight lodging, and we need to update that. Obviously, we heard today from the gentleman, if you're planting trees and you take the tongue and the wheels off a park model, you're living here. I know the state technically defines this as camping, but you're not camping here, you're living here. Let's be real about it. I also would like to talk a little bit about this narrative that people say that we're against tourism if we want to update the ordinance. That is simply a false narrative. I spent time in college working for the University of Wisconsin Recreation Resources Center. I met my wife, who was a marketing tourism researcher who retired from the Department of Tourism after 33 years. Motels, hotels, and temporary camping are defined as tourism. They are tracked, categorized, researched, and written about in that manner. Earlier this summer, Lynn Markham testified that she searched for but could not find any economic impact studies on seasonal campgrounds. That's because there aren't any. They're not researched that way. But thank you for your time. Please support the work of the committee and the 3 amendments. Thank you.
I'm going to go back on the 3 that we're not here yet. Barber Creek. Robert Kugel. And Kathy Bergeron. That's all the reports I had for public input. Somebody in the back there. That's fine. The public input on here?
Yep, come on up.
Good job.
Hi, my name is Scott Brickle. I live out on Devil's Lake. And I do own a dock with pontoon. I do own a dock with a jet ski. And we respect the lake. We respect the lake shores. And that's what I just want to say about that. When it comes to camping, my wife and I, we just bought a new fifth wheel. We've been camping for 5 years. We took our family camping. We owned this residence up here for about 26 years. We built a new house 3 years ago. I look at this whole situation that you guys got in front of you is very difficult. I served on village boards before. It's a tough job because you got people for, you got people against. I'm for camping, but there's a right place and a wrong place to put a campground. Just think about it. Would any of you guys like to be sitting on your couch or your kitchen table, look out the window and see 100 RVs? I don't think so. It's not a pretty sight. Most recent years, the campgrounds up here, they exploded. I think because COVID had a lot to do with it, people were pent up. The RV industry went crazy. We just bought a new RV, and we had a hard time getting one because of the shortage. Because everybody's doing it. You get these big cities and these communities that don't allow RVs parked in their driveways, they need a place to put it. So they look for campgrounds. But you have to think about what the definition of a campground is. If I wanted to go to Bump's Campground for the weekend, I could. Because it's not really a campground. You have to buy an annual site. That's more like a residential community. It shouldn't be where it is because you're putting 85 homes or 85 trailers in basically a residential area where you know you can't put 85 homes. Just can't do it. There is a right place and a wrong place for these campgrounds. They're not in R1, they're not in R2, and they're not in R3. And I think you have to look at the definition of a campground. Most campgrounds we go to, they have an office. It's staffed 8 hours a day, 7 days a week. We stay there a week, we stay there 2 weeks. It's not, you call a number, you sign the lease for a year, you're good to go. You can go there whenever you want. Usually the water's shut off in the winter. But you can't just, somebody just can't come there and go camping. The definition of camping is just that, it's camping. And what's been developed here are more like residential communities. Thank you for your time.
Any other comments?
My name is John Jacobs. I am one of the owners of the Forest Campground here in Burnett County. I'm also a resident here, and our children will be multi-generational children who have been raised here in our county. A number of things have been said that I think are really appropriate. Development absolutely has an impact, and your job as a group is tough to wrestle with the pros and cons. I have a concern with some of the last-minute amendments being pushed by a single group. And if you think those are relevant, I would encourage more time to assess the right amendments with the right amount of research. Some things that have been said around campgrounds and the stress that we put on the infrastructure. Our campground was one of those who had a couple of incidents this summer. Over the last 3 years, our incident rate is less than 0.5%. That does impact. We need help here and there, but it's not extraordinary and out of this world. Number two is the RRRC. How much land will be available for that? What's the future impact? The limitations on density. I think we need to take more time to review what that number should be. Somebody brought it up that it shouldn't be indefinite, maybe a short-term cap. But I do believe we need to take more time to unpack some of these really important pieces. As we know, tourism and hospitality is important to this county. I'll leave it at that. I have a lot of data points. If you want to talk more about those as an owner, we're happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing at this time. And this committee will be taking a break here. We're going to have lunch in room 160. Ready now, so we will reconvene back at 12 o'clock. At noon. Mark. And secondly, dump on the way out, but if we were gonna do a conditional use permit, I think we'd want to see some accommodation for waste. You know, whether it be dump station or system or something, but we want the answer to that question. We don't want to wonder where it's going when they leave, right?
And they'd still have to go through the CUP process, so that could be an item that you would talk about during the approval, you know, what their plan was.
Well, you know, going backwards a page where you get into, you know, within the shoreline, you know, there's one camper for 3 years. We're gonna require it be connected to a power. Well, yeah, we've been doing that too, but we had never said specifically, you think about it, Norm, we've been requiring that when somebody gets their 3-year permit for years, but we have never had specific language in the campground section that required connection to a house. We always did it. We always did it, but this does is, actually codifies what our practice has been in campgrounds, but without the language having been there.
I guess I'd like to address the RR3. There were so many comments about RR3 not being a good site for campgrounds.
Eliminating.
Yeah, eliminating it. So, I mean, it seemed to make sense to me that.
I think we have to talk about that, and we can do it now, or we can do it when we get to it. You remember when we talked about RR3 and we thought, you know, maybe we should keep that as, because of some flexibility for real small units or whatever. That's where I talked about the proportional density thing, that was too complicated, and we didn't really make it as a recommendation anyway. But the truth of the matter with RR3 is it's a minimum 5-acre parcel. That's the same size as a minimum campground size. It's a 10-acre requirement under what we propose to go to an RRRC. I'm almost of the opinion, because of the potential for abuse of a 5-acre, 25-unit campground being brought before us as a conditional use, and us having the same battle we've been having on all of these conditional use permits, partly, but not entirely, due to Act 67, loading, stacking the deck, that we have to demonstrate it's a bad idea, say no. I'd have no issue with deleting RR3 at all. I would say that the rezoning option is still there for parcel land zoned RR3, that any other way is suitable for campground development, and then it would, you know, then there either would be no cap or a hard cap if we decide there is one. We haven't done that yet, but my own opinion is that RR3 probably is more of a troublemaker than a solution to allow a CUP in it. So I'd wave goodbye to it.
Yeah, I agree. That or appropriate, because like on line 33, that's a different situation. That's for 1 year.
Yeah, so basically what I think the recommendation was from the Preserve Burnett County was on this, where you could have up to 25 units, it was take the RR3 out of that option. So you can only do up to 25 units in A2 or F1.
Right. So if we want to check these boxes as we go, do you want to make that motion, Brent? You move it?
Sure. I'll make that motion in whatever the appropriate form is.
I'll second. Strike RR3 from permitted campground use.
That sounds fine.
Seconded by Chuck. I've got the microphone, so I'm speaking. Right, Norm?
Aye.
Any further discussion of that amendment?
Jason, just to clarify, I was just looking at my notes here. You've got RR3 referenced in camping seasonal, camping temporary, camping rustic.
Yes, so it would go out of all of those areas from the RR3. Yep.
Just to be clear.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what they intended. So, then that being the case, we'll vote on that amendment now. Gotta find an agenda to get the roll call here. Norm is the expert on this, I'm just pinch hitting.
Still Norm's meeting?
Yeah, he's just talking because he's got the microphone over by him.
Yeah, that's so, because Norm is way down on the end and it carries a microphone. So,
Well, that's not the one that goes to those. These are the ones that the people hear.
all right.
That's just.
Do you want me to continue, or do you want to assume the gavel? Or
Right here. This one is just okay, done.
Here's the speakers?
Yeah.
Those are for here. That is for.
I got it.
We've only got 2 of these today? RR3, this one.
There, got it back.
What we're doing is just eliminating RR3.
From campground.
Yeah, from campground. Still,
All of the other uses for a person temporarily, we're still doing. Yeah, we're removing RR3 from campground altogether. But the, the temporary use by a person before they build and all that is still fine. It's just a campground per se. Conditional use permit for camp.
Roll call vote then. Pearson.
Yes.
Hayden.
Yes.
Sauber.
Yes.
Anderson's absent.
yes.
Conley.
Yes.
Richards, yes.
Jason, you mentioned about whether, it's just that we have another place we could talk about the single unit 3-year CUP we do, or do you want to talk about that now?
Let's just talk about it now.
But you and I have talked about this
Yes.
for years, that maybe we should do, instead of a conditional use permit for a person to put a camper on their lot for 3 years before they build, and then we get them back for another 3 years, sometimes. But we almost never deny that one-person camper opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
And so maybe we should make that an administrative permit issued by Jason.
That was it. I think that was actually in.
Was that one of my questions later on, maybe?
Questions, yeah.
That's why I didn't know if we wanted to talk about it now, but that being the case.
My suggestion is that we can't work down this and write it down, and when we come to it, we address it. Otherwise, we'll be jumping all over the place.
Well, that's why I did it that way, but just to finish the conversation, my thought would be, we can vote on it later if you want, is to make it an administrative permit for 3 years. If they have it built, then they could come to us for a conditional use permit to continue for more time, but we would have a lot more clout to say no if they got the easy permit to do and they haven't done it, they need a good reason for us to do a CUP. That would be my more But we have a lot of CUPs we do that, we just rubber stamp anyway.
Yeah.
But administrative, it's also gonna have to say in there that they have to be connected to a power.
Yeah, so what we would do is we would put that in the code, that we couldn't.
That's what I was trying to get. We have these one-unit campers on private land in a shoreline. Somewhere it's gotta say that they have to have a power there.
Yep, we would, if that's what you want to go with, we would make sure that that's codified somewhere, that we wouldn't grant that permit until they had a POUS fire number, the typical floodplain, meet floodplain, the typical things that we require on every one of those.
I think it's pretty arguable that in SPS 383, is that any structure that generates wastewater is required to be connected to pumps too. So it's already enabled in code that says that, even outside of our opinion. But this codifies it. That would make it better.
Then we'd establish a fee for that, I would assume,
Yeah.
not probably as much as the conditional use permit.
Well, it should be, it couldn't have to be as much because it's not as expensive arguably, but it should be comparable to getting a land use permit for dwelling, I would think.
That's $300 then.
Yeah.
So,
Close enough.
same as a CUP then. I think our CUP rate, you could probably argue, is a little low, considering how much time we have, like into today's meeting.
That's a fee schedule discussion for another time.
Yes, exactly. So camping unit mobile, I think we went through that one. Oh, yeah, we were talking about park models.
Oh, question on park model. I had an email that I inadvertently deleted, and it had some language I think is specific to the ANSI code, maybe, nationally standards. I thought that defined it as a recreational manufactured home. I don't remember that.
Well, we went and got one of these fancy ANSI. I was really disappointed because I thought it'd be a lot thicker for $40. It's like 10 pages.
Say what you wanted it to say.
I know, and then I read through it really quick, and it's, to say confusing would be probably an understatement. Because, I was curious if there was something in here that was very specific to park models.
I saw the definition that I remember reading was with the letter asking for time to speak today about park models. And then that, I would just say if there's a additional clarifying language as to what a park model is in there, we should incorporate it if it's practical. If it's referenced appropriately, that's fine.
Yeah, so this ANSI 119.5 basically talks about how to build a park model. So it's kind of like the dwelling code for campers, I guess. It talks about like heating and propane and interior finishes and plumbing fixtures and all that type of stuff. So,
that's kind of what that's getting at, I think.
Yeah.
It's an identifying mark indicating construction to those standards.
I think, and again, all I'm thinking about it for is the debate over what constitutes a park model and what doesn't, because we're saying there are some places you can't put that.
Well, I'm gonna say that if I go out and look at a unit, I better be able to find stickers on it that says it's
what it is.
Yeah.
Or if you go to a restricted campground and find one that has that sticker, that's not supposed to be.
Correct.
Good enough. That's
Yes.
another thing.
Yep.
A way to be confident in our assessment.
Let's see here, camping unit, yurt. Figured we should define that. That's a building or other structures defined in ATCP 790342. These are used for temporary living quarters or shelters during periods of recreation, vacation, or leisure time. This type of camping unit is only allowed in the following situations, so it would be in the RRRC district or in the F1 zoning district.
We had one several years ago, so that it wasn't allowed because they don't meet the building code.
That was over at Carlsberg Hill?
No, right up Illinois.
Oh, okay.
Right in Danbury.
Yeah, there was another one over in Grasberg too. I had one of my employees said that.
Yeah, so people have tried to, I guess, live in a yurt, and.
Well, she was trying to rent them. And that's when they didn't have facilities in them, so they were not allowed to be rented.
Yeah, because I know Bayfield County has those couple yurts that they rent.
It's similar to our camper cabin, it's counties.
Yeah.
Or state forest, whatever.
But they have to have a facility.
Sanitary toilet type of thing.
Well, they probably got to have a privy or some of some sort, I'm guessing. I'm sure it probably doesn't have indoor
They just have privies up there.
privies.
That's all they have, those sites.
One on the Yellow River that she was trying to put in.
Yes, so that one we were treating it as a dwelling,
Yeah.
basically, because it far exceeded what a typical yurt should be. So that, then we tell people, all right, you're building a canvas-sided house, basically, and they can never get it to pass code at that point. Let's see here, what other... Temporary living quarters, means for seasonal temporary use for 180 cumulative days or less per year. So this is maybe a good spot to talk about, I think that was one of the recommendations from the
14-day.
Yeah, the group was that they wanted a 14-day limit. I guess I'm fine with however the committee wants to do it. I would just say that enforcement will be an issue no matter what happens.
That was my question to ask you, is 14-day enforcement seems to be burdensome if it's up to us to have to do it. In the absence of us having gone on, at TAP 79, agency status and had staff to do it. In the absence of staff dedicated to it, I don't know that we can meaningfully enforce it.
Even this one.
180 wouldn't be as hard as 14.
No, I think 180 is a little more manageable because, I could drive by this temporary campground in an A2 district, and if there's nothing there in December, well, okay, then we know we're probably doing all right. But if you really wanted 14 days, then every 14 days, somebody would need to technically go in there and inventory the unit at each specific site.
Chock the tires.
Essentially.
Sure.
But, I think our recommendation was we should look into becoming agents and look at these things if we do, but not now. Because we can't, enforcement, rules that we can't enforce aren't helpful.
I like the idea of the 14-day thing. In the village of Grantsburg, we have our campground, and there we have watercross in mid-July. So then, as part of the deal, if you're going to be camping there, you have to clear it out for, what is it, a week or something like that? So that gives you a good, hard, fast, people are out of there for a period of time.
But the other 51 weeks of the year, they're there.
No, I think it's a seasonal thing from spring to fall.
And in the case of a municipality, it's like Shell Lake has a nice campground on Shell Lake across from the courthouse, but the state and federal campgrounds that have those caps are to provide access for multiple people who want to get in, waiting list to get there, right? But with what we're doing, I don't know if we can meaningfully track that unless we continue to pursue the licensing under, so if we did, as we talked about with the VR, for the recreational rentals and campgrounds and all of the inspections that we would do through agent status under ATCP, soon health, we'd have to look into all that to do it. So, but I don't know that we could do it now. That's my point.
I agree.
In other words, I put it down as on a to-do list, to look into for later, but not at this point.
So here, it's just in the table of zoning districts, adding the RRRC into the table. Oops. So this would actually go away because this would be stricken because we wouldn't allow it in RR3 as well. So that will make that change before it goes to county board.
So we will not be getting any applications if it's RR 1, 2, or 3.
Correct. So this is in, let's see here, this is in A2. So this would stay, where they could ask for up to 25 sites, temporary camping, conjunction with or accessory to and other permitted or conditional. This would be like your hobby farm or your winery example. What do I got in here? This is in the A4 district.
Nothing there.
Question. Because if you look at A4, right now it says a conditional use permit is for like a vacation farm or other farm oriented, like a stable game farm. So I thought, would we want to add that similar language that somebody could ask for up to 25 camping units in A4? Now, A4, if I recall correctly, there's maybe, is it only like 1,000 acres of A4, I believe, in the whole entire county?
Not even.
Yeah, it's a really small zone. It almost could be a district in the future to maybe look at eliminating, probably.
I thought, I think it was you brought it up.
The reason, one reason I think we didn't put it in A4 is A4 is not reservation friendly right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the issues with A2 not being, and we having to do the overlay, is that we allowed too much stuff that wasn't A in A2. So I think that was why I didn't think about putting it in A4. We always could, but then we probably have to put A4 farmland preservation into the overlay that we do. It's, I don't know that it impacts very many people now.
No.
In my head, it seems like you or someone was advocating to eliminate one of the ag districts.
A3, I'm sorry, A1. Yeah, we are eliminating.
That's been eliminated, right? A1 is limited.
But will be, when we did our amendments.
It would have been if, I think we would have got through.
A1 is even scarcer than A4. It's not even a whole section in the county, and I think we're gonna probably do some exclusive ag rezoning to A4, if north of 70, and isolated pockets of A that people thought for tax benefit would be cheaper or whatever, not the case with use-based assessment anyway, and that's more of a CAFO concern, because that's the unlimited district. A4 is a limited district, and I think we'll keep it, but I think we'll see it grow, but not a lot. It's sort of a unique to Burnett County ag forestry residential. Where else would you have that?
So we'll just go with not putting the campground up to 25 provision and.
The easy thing to add if at some point we think we should, but not now.
Sounds good. Here we are, forestry district. This one, they could be up to the 25 sites, as well. Rustic primitive, no plumbing or electricity in some of those. So that's in the forestry district. W1 Resource Conservation District. So we would strike campgrounds being use by conditional permit. Then I had a question though, because this, you know, National Park Service has campsites all along the St. Croix Nemacoggin River. Now, they're obviously not condensed. I mean, one is here, one's another half mile down the river.
Aren't we kind of federal preemption on that?
Yes, because I don't, you know, there's been no approvals from us to.
Oh, it's within the confines of the park. I never looked at this. I saw your question.
Yeah.
You know, they've never asked us.
Nope.
And frankly, neither did DNR on the state forest campground.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there arguably can be a state or federal preemption, but the state has often humored us and still got conditional use permits, and I thought this kind of maintained that by in forestry.
Mm-hmm.
In resource conservation, there's a kind of a de facto campground at the scenic overlook in a refuge in Cracks where people come and camp, you know, with top tents and stuff under their duck hunting. It's sort of blinked at, I think. I don't think there's, maybe the state's given itself a license for there. I don't know. I don't know that it's really a problem.
Yeah.
We're not talking about anything that's high impact whatsoever.
And I guess in the future, if something came in, we could always look at doing an ordinance amendment in the future. So we'll still go with striking campgrounds out of that section. Airport district. This came out of the, so this is this line right here, came out of the subcommittee here about possibly allowing a campground temporary units to be in the Burnett County Airport in conjunction with some activity like the fly-in or the drag races or time trials, whatever they do out there. So, and it would still be, you'd still want to have it be a conditional use permit.
And it has to be amended in that district to allow it to be.
Yes.
Now that's a perfect example of the destination event type of thing.
Controlling function of the airport, are they gonna allow it?
Well, that, I guess, we're just putting it in the ordinance so it's an option. I mean, if the FAA or whoever has authority over the airport doesn't allow it, then they'll just never get to use it, I guess.
This is like at other fly-ins and other places, people come and camp under the wing of their plane and, you know, that kind of thing. And we thought it might increase the attendance and increase the interest if we allowed it. It was throw it up there and see if anybody thought it was a good idea, that sort of thing.
See if it'd stick, huh?
Yeah.
I'm just
problem with doing it on the airport and this stuff. I don't know how far ahead they think they're going to go. So I would just say it has to be done by conditional permit or conditional use permit. You know, our meetings are once a month.
Let's see, we're
Well, I would hope they would plan at least a few months ahead of time if they were gonna advertise it as come to this event and camp.
all this does is say you can do it if you want to ask,
Yeah.
but it doesn't say you have to. But we don't have, Chuck, we didn't have it there before, but not an option for it, that's all. It just provides the option.
We thought it was a good idea. Could it be special permit instead of conditional use?
Same thing, same process.
You still have to have a hearing, right?
Like, it could be an administrative permit too, but it's always a little safer to make it a CUP, I think, to have some oversight rather than just somebody said, well, it says I can do it, give me my permit.
Chuck, what kind of hoops did they have to go through the FAA to have the drag races or whatever?
Well, here?
Yeah.
Probably had to get it cleared through the Bureau of Aeronautics, Wisconsin Bureau of Aeronautics. That'd probably be about it. Because for that, we shut down a runway.
Yeah.
And for the air show, we shut down the airport sometimes. So that has to get FAA.
And that must be a fairly long period, and you're gonna do that. You have to notify them and they're it.
Well, but, yeah, but it's two different things. Now, I'm confused here. It says 1 unit per site. Okay, campgrounds with only temporary camping units, 1 unit per site. So a site is just a,
Basically, what we would say is, they would come in and say, we want to have 20 sites in this campground for this event.
okay.
We just want to make sure that, then it's 1 camping unit per site, that they go, well, here's 1 site and we packed 5 campers in it.
Oh.
5 units. No, that counts as 5 units.
Yeah, we probably, in the planning of the event, they know how many they were going to, want them to plan it. This is just the opportunity to do
All right, so here's the new proposed RRRC district. Residential recreational commercial district is intended to provide for a mixed use of seasonal and year-round residential development in close proximity to essential recreation-oriented services and areas of high recreational value. Residential users should expect relatively high-intensity recreation-oriented commercial uses to be ongoing within this district. Recreational commercial uses should be directly supporting the recreational uses of the immediate area and the district. This floating district is available to rezone for uses appropriate within it, subject to consistency and compatibility with the town and county's comprehensive land use plans and approved by the town board where applicable. Minimum parcel size for this rezoning is 10 acres. Minimum lot size is 150 feet width, 30,000 square foot. So the permitted uses, which would just be authorized via permit administratively through the office, would be somebody could have a single-family dwelling, garages, carports, horticulture and gardening, essential services and utilities, customary accessory uses, short-term rentals, that's what the private residence for recreational rentals, home occupations or professional offices, convenience stores, facility. So those would be the permitted uses. So if somebody got rezoned to that district, they could do any one of those 9 things without having to go through any extra meetings or special approval process.
Okay.
Parcel size is 10 acres, what's the maximum?
So, to rezone, the block you rezone, the district, is 10, but the minimum parcel is down to 30,000 square foot minimum lot.
So they'd have to come in with a parcel at least 10 acres in size before we'd even consider them rezoning to this district. And then their plan could be, well, I'm gonna have a campground over here, I'm gonna have a couple residential lots over here. So then they would come in with like a plan, because it'd kind of be like a quasi mixed use district, that they would come in and then that's where we would say, okay, you can't have a residential lot smaller than 30,000 square feet within that boundary of that new district.
And part of the reason for the size was the concern about avoiding spot zoning sort of thing of a 30,000 square foot RRRC district. That would be a spot zone for that. But a block of land, just like would rezone, just like when we created the original zoning ordinance, blocked up land into what appropriate use districts would be.
We obviously are putting this together to give us a little bit of control over Act 67. What if somebody came in and wanted to change for a convenience store, which is a permitted use for the township, that's what it's gonna be, and then came afterward, shortly or in the future, asked for one of the conditional uses, then we're back to square one.
Well, not really, because it wouldn't be like it is now, because if you rezone to that district, it would have to be consistent with, first of all, getting into Act 67 and planning too. But what we've been dealing with the last 2 years on conditional uses and challenges and appeals to court and all that is because it's a one-time event with a conditional use where we used to have 5 different zoning districts where a campground could be done. Using campground as an example only. But if you go through this process, then consistency with the comprehensive plan and the town's agreement that the zoning change is appropriate would then imply that the conditional use you're requesting should be approvable as long as you meet the standards, you know, for density or whatnot, right?
But they can ask for a zoning change for a permitted use, like a convenience store.
Well,
I would say you should expect if somebody comes in and says they want to rezone to this district, that you should anticipate a campground will want to be going there.
And I would agree with that, and so, you know, not that we can put it in our ordinance, but townships have to be aware that these types of things could happen, that it isn't a willy-nilly thing, it's basically directed at campground.
well, the campgrounds were the thing that triggered it, okay?
Right.
But I'm gonna say that Act 67 created the need to do it, all right? Before Act 67 happened, we were able to negotiate and had more discretion. I know that's a bad location, but this is a good one. That kind of went away. Everybody seemed to think with Act 67 that we had to approve it, and if we don't approve it, we're gonna sue you and try to get the court to overturn your denial. See? So this, what this is actually coming out of guidance.
The other way.
Oh, other way, sorry.
Coming out of guidance from,
But technically, any one of those permitted uses are permitted in a different type of zone. So if somebody came in to say, we want a licensed daycare facility, it would be wise to say, well, it only needs then to be this zone, which is more compatible.
Yeah, so like these, you know, would be residential or the A2 type zonings, if somebody wanted to have a house. Short-term rental is kind of in those same districts. Home occupation is kind of in those same things. Convenience store, like that would be a commercial. Maybe then they should ask for a rezone to a commercial district. Same thing, I think, with a daycare.
Would it be safe then to add a sentence that these changes necessary only if they don't comply to another zone?
another reason is you really can't create a zoning district that is only conditional uses.
Yeah, I understand.
That wouldn't be proper. So if you're gonna create a zoning district, you need to have some things that are permitted uses and some things that are conditional, or they could all be permitted, but they can't only be conditional. There's some case law on that I stumbled upon. So in any event, the point is, we, as Jason said, maybe we should even bump up restaurants and bar and grill or whatever into the permitted use category, because I don't know if we've ever turned one of those down either, right? And it's a commercial district, so, you know, this is a sort of a hybrid between the commercial and RR1 district in.
I like the concept, I just want to make sure that we don't end up shooting ourselves in the foot.
I think we'll be fine. And the reason I think that is that the stuff that Act 67 preempted, meaning town input on a conditional use is not just input, that's all it is, you know. The burden of demonstrating a bad idea versus a good idea on the local government instead of on the applicant. Some of those things that made our life tough is solved by this. And I think myself, it helps the applicant up for a campground too. Because if they've got a good spot, they've got infrastructure to support access, the town is okay with it, the comprehensive plan of the town and county aren't in conflict with it, they get that far and they come to us for a conditional use, it shouldn't be as hard as it's been, because everybody will have acknowledged that this site meets the criteria to do this kind of development. Right now, and I'm saying this kind of tongue in cheek, all you need to do a conditional use permit for a campground is somebody with 80 acres to sell. There isn't any other scrutiny going in before it lands on our desk, right? And then the last thing is the existing campgrounds that are more than 10 acres and are in compliance and would want to rezone to this district, we've approved a lot of their expansions over the last couple of years. It wouldn't be unreasonable for the county to look at saying, yeah, you guys are able to rezone to this. Otherwise, they're legal non-conforming uses. They don't have to. They can stay the way they are forever. But if they wanted to do some of this other stuff that is provided for here, they would ask.
Like I say, this thing is geared toward RV parks primarily. So then another question I would have, so the zoning change would come to the land use committee and it's used for a zoning change. So we could turn it around and say, well, if you just want a single family dwelling, it'd be better if it was zoned this way. I mean, we'd still have the right for that suggestion.
Sure.
So that,
I think that you're right to say that the main driver of this at this point would be campgrounds. But this idea came from our committee looking at other counties, and Vilas County and Door County, which are even more heavily tourism oriented than we are, have these kind of districts.
well, I want the district. I'm not against the district.
No, I know. I just
wanted not to have any loopholes in it.
This district has to be approved by the town.
Sure, if it's a non-shoreline area, yes. And the town would certainly weigh in the shoreline area as well.
Take, for example, the proposed campground that we had up in Swiss. They could have requested it be rezoned.
We could have, and the town obviously would have vetoed it.
And a rezone goes to the full county board as well.
Right, that's the other thing. We make a recommendation, but the whole county board becomes involved in the decision.
But now, does the person have to say what he's gonna put in there?
Kinda. When you ask for a rezone, you generally have some.
The application asks, what's your intent or what's the plan for why you want this rezone? So I think if the committee didn't have enough information to approve,
Well, keep in mind, it's a legislative act. It is not a administrative or ministerial one. That's not subject to Act 67 either. That's part of the reason we talked about this was to try to take that monkey off our back, for lack of a better term, of having to cope with it every time due to conditional use.
Monkey isn't bad, but gorillas are.
Yes, 900-pound gorilla off our back. I've been corrected by the chair. But yeah, that was a big part of it.
So this would probably be a good, well, I don't know if Mr. All had something to say. I was gonna say a good time to talk about, the cap that, the organization has recommended of 50 units.
Jason, I had a question on line 26 and the one before. Was what supposed to be density or was it supposed to be intensity? I don't know what intensity of a camp, of a area is. Line 3, or the 26 there.
It's got relatively high intensity recreation oriented commercial uses.
I don't know what intensity is. It should be density. I know the word intensity has been used many times, but I don't think it's appropriate.
Well, I don't think intensity is bad as second thought. I mean, it's not just density of campers. It's traffic and activity and night noise and all the other things that happen. It's just a word, but because the density is still going to be subject to Article or Section whatever 5, of 10 units per acre inside here.
That's the question you're coming to, is the density issue, and that's what.
That's going to drop to the campground. Looking back at that, it wasn't strictly density. But I density and intensity, but I think the density is okay. But yeah, the caps, quickly to talk about the cap.
Yep.
I presume that the group put a lot of thought into developing that number. I don't know the process they went through, but I would imagine they spent more than 5 minutes on it.
We never talked about a cap as a work group.
I think he's talking about,
Yeah, the people who developed these amendments, yeah.
Right, the work group, I mean, I get that, but, to my mind, 50 is a little light, and I can see where they come from with the number, but we've approved a lot of campgrounds, existing campgrounds at more than 50. A lot of them had original CUPs for up to like 100, even though they had never developed that many. And the only threat about it a little in a equal protection under the law kind of view of, is that are we better off with 2 50-unit campgrounds or one 100-unit campground? That would be if the market supports 100 sites. But it's just, I hadn't thought about it very hard for this either. It seemed like it's sort of a self-regulating based on land and soils and drain fields and infrastructure costs and all that, but maybe not.
Well, looking at two ways, I mean, what the folks are saying is it might be easier for them to pallet 50 units. And part of our effort here is to find a way for RV parks to exist if they're appropriate.
Right.
I mean, that stack of papers, I'm assuming that's not 4 campgrounds, am I right?
Correct.
So, I mean, the numbers, it's been stated, just a few people are against it, but in fact, if it's 4,500, that's a quarter of our population in numbers, and not to say that it represent family units in some cases. So it's an extremely high number to me. So if they're throwing that number out, and knowing that part of this thing is to stop RV parks, there's as much as saying you go at 50, and it's going to be easier for us to go to a town board and say, yeah, I guess it's okay. So as Mr. Vivian stated, maybe it isn't a bad idea to start there and then see where it leads us.
You raise a good point, and as Mr. Vivian had mentioned earlier, it's something that can be amended again.
Yeah.
If we find it's too restrictive. It's probably easier to raise it with pressure than it is to lower it after we've decided it was too high.
The other way around.
Pardon?
I'd say it would be just the other way around. It'd be easier to lower it than it is to raise it.
And that's what we're doing now, lowering it.
There comes a point where it isn't gonna benefit a developer of a campground whatsoever. 50 campsites.
You have to look at numbers and the size of the property. I think each one is individual. If you have you're limited to 25 or 50, depending on your zoning district, that's not going to be functional. And you're also going to have a lot more protection for your neighbors if you have more acreage. So I think it's a density question. Density should be under not a strict cap. A cap is a cap for 10 acres is fine at 25, but a cap for 300 acres at 25 is not fine.
No.
So that
I was getting at, which is that's why I think why we didn't do it out of the group.
I think each one is an individual case based on what your criteria is, and that's part of, you have to look at some conditions on things. It's not black and white by any means, and we know that, it's great.
We are retaining the conditional use component too. So somebody comes in and wants 300, we might say, we think that's too high. So that was what I had worried too much about how many in the RRC district, because I think it would be a certain extent limited by what you just said. How much land are you promoting here? Right?
If I may, give my input as someone who delivers units. I don't like delivering into units that have really small lots. You need room to work. I much prefer to deliver to campgrounds that have more spacious lots individually. It's just, you don't want people packed hoops and butts. You've got your 10-foot fire break that you need to have to take into consideration. And then I think the other portion that we want to look at is also not just the overall size of the acreage that you're dealing with, but what's going to be the developed portion. What's going to be the portion that's going to be reserved for roads and other structures and buildings and that sort of thing as a whole. So an overall cap I disagree with, but I think there should certainly be by the developer aspect, and then also from a fire and safety standpoint, there should definitely be a restriction in terms of, say, it's a quarter acre per lot or whatever that may be of the, what's going to be a usable portion.
If I may, I mean, I think, well, I know that what has come from the community, from the public, from Preserve Burnett County is very much motivated by the scale of projects that have been proposed over the last couple of years. And, you know, maybe it's just, you know, the nature of things that developers are going to come to the table with the shock value of the biggest possible project they can, even if it takes 30 years to build it out. But if that's going to continue to be the approach, we will continue to have very contentious meetings. And I and others will have to continue doing what we have not wanted to have to do anyways, to oppose these kinds of projects. I really would strongly recommend that we come up with some limit, some reasonable cap, and adjust it up or down as we need to in the future. But, you know, the size of a town, you know, what's the size of a town? You put 100 units in there, if there's 3 or 4 people per unit, you just built a small town overnight. So, I mean, if you don't have sewage, if you don't have built out, you know, roads with the right amount of surface structure on them, I mean, it just throws all those issues back into play and forces you to address all those questions.
Craig, you had suggested proportionality consideration too. Right, we had looked at that, looking at it mainly at R3, where I thought would be the biggest issue, and we've taken care of that. I think that the limited definitions of types of camping in forestry and A2 remove the need for proportionality. So, you know, I guess I could see us doing I could accept a cap of 100. That sounds like a lot, I know, but a lot of our campgrounds, existing campgrounds, were capped at 100 by their CUP. And if we're going to say, okay, it's not to exceed this, no matter what, it does put a cap on that you're concerned about. I just think 50 is a little low, because it also would impinge on some of our existing campgrounds rezoning to this district, not necessarily to add more sites, but to be able to do some of the other stuff that the district allows, that currently they really are, maybe aren't, right? So at a number of 100, I could see it being a hard cap, because I'm just basing this on observation, but I don't see a lot of opportunities to do a 500-unit campground. Maybe somebody would, but I don't know where or why or who would want to go to it if they did. I thought it
would density be a viable option?
Well, yeah, density right now is 10 units per acre in our.
Yeah, that seems.
But our actual campgrounds we have aren't developed to that density, I don't think.
There's probably just one, maybe, Yellow Lake Narrows, maybe, that's pretty dense.
Most of them are
Most
about
of them
maybe
are.
5 or so.
Yeah, probably really only a 4 or 5 per acre, probably density.
For the most part.
Yeah.
So that would manage the number.
But and this may be a case where it's the market is driving it. People don't want to be jammed past a beer from camper to camper necessarily.
It depends.
And so they're choosing with their billfold where they go, right? Because they have more space. It's still way high density compared to housing, but not high density compared to what the state would allow, 20 per acre, right? So, but we didn't talk about changing density. I don't know that we want to. We could, I suppose, do that. Add an amendment to RRC at a density of campers per acre. We perhaps do the same thing.
Well, it's minimum, for RRC, it has to be a minimum of 10 acres.
Of land, yes.
So what would be a reasonable number of units put in?
Well, the minimum size for a campground is 5 acres by CUP.
But Our C is 10, right?
That's the district, that's for rezoning, minimum, that would be the minimum size rezone. But a person rezoning to it might not want to use the whole 10 acres for a campground. They could drop as small as 5 acres for the campground, correct, Jason? So that would be the number, and if you developed 5 acres of campground only at 10 per acre, that would give you the number. It would be a lot higher than what we're talking about as a cap.
And we use density to control that number, rather than just say, okay, here's the number, use density.
Well, there's two ways you could, I mean, if you, let's say you hypothetically put a cap of 100, so somebody could, in essence, have a 10-acre parcel, rezone it, and put 100 campers on there. They would be a 10-to-1 density. If you control it by density only, let's say I buy 300 acres of land, and you guys say the magic number is 5. Now I can come in logically and ask for a 1,500 unit campground. Now, again, would anybody ever do that? We don't know. But if you control it with density only, technically that number could go higher.
That would not do a whole lot to alleviate the anxiety of neighbors.
Granted, you have 300 acres though that you'd be putting that on, so would the neighbors in essence be close? So that would be the argument against that point, that I'd have such a large tract that there would hopefully be minimal impact to the neighbors.
I struggle with a cap. I think a density would kind of control that. Some of these campgrounds, they're, you can pass the beer across from your window to their window.
Right. And some of ours are fairly dense, but I think from our own point of view of managing what we have and working within what we existing and new, a cap would be easier to regulate than a density valuation. You got to be looking at developable acres and wetland don't count and that kind of thing.
Craig, I think some of what the Preserve Burnett County folks were also looking for is certainty, right? So when an application comes in, they know what the top limit is. I understand the density argument very well. We do a lot of housing development as well, and housing development is generally driven off of density. So it makes sense as a concept. But when you look at what the folks are concerned about, it is a 1,500 unit campground. Not that that's likely to happen, but if somebody comes in and aggregates land and puts it together, the issues don't go away, even though you spread people out. The issues are the issues with campgrounds. So, I would think both from a certainty perspective for your residents and your community, but also in terms of being able to run meetings, I think it helps. I also think from an Act 67 perspective, when you look at it and say, well, as a policy perspective, we allow 50 or 75 or 100 or whatever it is, then that tends to shift the burden to others to say, why shouldn't it be that number, right? So the more certainty that you can provide in terms of a cap, I think it's going to benefit the committee. I think it's going to benefit the public. And it's going to better address the issues that are out there for a density formula.
Yeah, what's your thought on a number of a cap? Is 100 unreasonable?
We've gone back and forth on this, and I understand the arguments that are being made to say it should be higher rather than lower. You also do have discretionary through the conditional use permit process, so there's some discretion that gets retained by the committee as well. I think from our perspective, we're trying to find that balance, right? I mean, there's concern about larger campgrounds. I know we've looked at different numbers. We thought 50 was the right number. That being said, could you make the case for 75? Could you make the case for 100? I think there are valid arguments out there. The question really becomes why a cap, and what are you trying to accomplish with it? And I think from the residents' perspective, it's control the issues and then see how it goes. From a developer's perspective, it's going to be a lot different, right? So your job as a committee is to balance those conflicting interests and determine what that number is. You know, I'd probably look at it and split the difference and say 75, but that's just me. But you get to make that policy determination. It's really pretty arbitrary when you get to 75, 100, 125. And I think you're going to have to make the best decision that you can for the county and then evaluate it as you go along to see whether it works or whether you need to adjust it.
One thing we need to look at was looking at these overall cap numbers, if you will. Seasonal rates are largely area-driven, the people that are coming to the area in terms of what these people can physically afford. In Burnett County, I think for most of our conversation with other campground owners and everything, you're looking at about a solid cap of maybe, depending on the site, $1,300 to about $1,500 a year. Okay. If you start working on this cap, this overall, this 50-unit cap, 50 units times, say, $1,300 is $65,000. That's, you're at that point limiting what that campground owner can potentially make from the property itself. Period. That's all I'm going to make. I can only put 50 units on this at $1,300. I can raise it, but I might not get people in. If you get what I'm saying. So if you say 100, well, that's easy. I'll make 130,000. Well, okay, let's say we have certain things that are involved. I'm going to put, say, $500,000 in development. How long does it take to make that return on investment with a cap limit? Is it fiscally feasible? Can I do it?
That number doesn't make much sense. I just looked at the Newport Campground website the other day. I think, and here, I think it's $2,550. I believe at Webb Lake, it's a lot bigger than that, or at least one of the campgrounds at Webb Lake. Much bigger, it's like twice that number that he is just saying to you to try to convince you that somehow we need to go to 100 or no cap at all. And we're going to be right back in this room. We're getting back in Act 67 land, the same swamp you've been in for the last couple of years. It's not going to end. This will not end the conversation. It will not end the animosity and the outrage of the people who are going to be impacted by these nearby sites.
Well, let's not get into too much briefing. I'm trying to get back. Move this along. I'll move that the cap be 100.
Good question. Can I ask a question? Sure. Yes, my question would be, I mean, we have perspectives on limited growth, right, that came in at 50. I wonder if there's an opportunity to get voice from another group of developers, of campground owners, to understand the business model behind what a cap would be and try to meet in the middle there versus negotiate without that voice at the table. I don't think any of the campground owners, now there's two types of campground owners, there's high developers.
We're looking at, right now we have no cap. Yeah. We're looking at whether there should be one or not. It's part of an ordinance. It could be amended if we find out we're wrong, but we want to get done with this in the next month or two. I think you're at the forest, you're at about 150. Right? You're going to be fine. You're not in any way being restricted. So the existing ones will remain the way they are. I don't think that should be a burden from rezoning you if you wanted to be rezoned, because that would be your cap anyway.
Well, whatever, if we wanted to rezone, would we have to comply with the cap?
Pardon?
If we wanted to rezone without just being legal and non-conforming, would we have to meet every stipulation, which would include?
I would argue no, because you're already approved at that number. That's my opinion. But we aren't doing this to harm the existing places we have. We're doing this to get into a situation where we can, in an orderly, rational manner, deal with expansions for new campgrounds, mostly. This district lends itself to some other things, but the point of the district and the point of the reason to put a cap on is an awful lot of concern by citizens that things are running amok without doing it. And what we've been doing is unsustainable. We can't continue to have days-long public hearings. It's just a conditional use. So, my intent, for myself speaking only, I can't find the committee, is that any of the existing campgrounds that are flirting with 100, you're the biggest, I think, 150, I'm not sure. But anyway, that shouldn't be an impediment from you changing the district, but then the cap would apply to you, but it would anyway. You know, because you'd have to go through a CUP, it would be an existing legal non-conforming use, right? You don't have to go down, but you wouldn't be able to go up in any event, okay? So that's, and that would apply whether we put a cap on or not right now, unless you rezone, okay? So that, any disagreement with that, Jason, with how we put that?
No. Question. What, that cap, what does it apply to?
Well, right now, it would only apply to new applications.
But I mean, let's say I've got 100 acres, and I turn it into RRRC. Does that parcel have a 100 unit cap?
No. No, it only, RR3 doesn't have any campground at all.
I think he asked if it was rezoned to this new 100-acre parcel, new district,
Yes, I'm sorry.
then it would have a cap of 100
Yes, it would have
sites
100
on 100 acres.
For the 100 whole parcel?
Yes, it would.
That could be split, couldn't it?
At 50 acres each, you probably wouldn't
Well,
work out.
you know, what devil's advocate, I'll start 4 entities. Campground A, Campground B, Campground C, Campground D, and 50, 50, 50,
That was my
100, 100, 100.
That was my argument against 50, because 50, 2 campgrounds 50 or 1 campground of 100, what's the difference in the effect? And I do think there is a certain degree of size and reduced ability to make it viable, just to find an area to do it, provide the amenities to do the rest of it. But I was, to make a, if we want to do a cap, I would make a motion for the cap to be 100 and see how that works. If it doesn't work, we could always revisit it.
I have a motion by Craig, is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
I'm still thinking that it would be nice to have a density.
You mean a density different, more restricted than what we have now? Of 10?
Well, in units. Yeah, more restricted.
We have, because right now we have a density of 10 per acre. We could add that as another amendment, add a density standard to the RRC. What would you suggest, like 7 per acre, 5 per acre? Like Teresa said, most of our not real congested campgrounds are probably in the 4 or 5 per unit sites per acre number.
My proposal.
Okay, so if you're talking about 100, then are we looking at maybe 3 people per unit or 4 people? Is there some kind of an assumption as to how those numbers tend to run? So would you be looking at 300 to 400 people per?
That's not how you talk to them, Ray.
Yeah, I don't.
All I know is that we have to do something with this ordinance, or the moratorium's gonna run out, and then people can apply wherever they want for whatever they want.
Sure. I like the idea of the cap. I'm just wondering if 100 is too high.
And I get that, and I look at it this way, a lot of our larger campgrounds are that number, about, or more. And so that's a number that we have now. And it would be providing opportunity for a new developer to be about the same size as what people already are, rather than limiting them to 50, or promote the notion of circumventing the cap by building 2 campgrounds instead of 1, right? That's the other side. And unless, I don't know how you really avoid having multiple LLCs or something to do that if somebody wants to back. Be a separate battle to fight.
It's 5 acres minimum for a campground, right? And if you had a 10 acre parcel and had a hunt, no, that was subdivided, you had 2 5 acres. My sense is there needs to be a density in there, of throughout 5 per acre or something. I don't know what that actually looks like.
Well, here's another thought on adding a density at the moment tighter than what we have. We would then, if someone wanted to rezone from what they are now to RRC, we'd have to check their density and make sure they were compliant with the density we set, if we set it at less than 10. 10 is what it would be now based on the campground section we haven't come to yet, right? So at the present time, I don't know that I'd want to add a density to impede that, but we might, it's something else we could look at down the road if we start to see people packing them in at 10. I'm not wanting to see that continue. A cap kind of maintains the density as it is, in a way, because it wouldn't allow additional units, even though there might theoretically be acreage available. The cap holds it down, right?
I think we've got a motion now. I'm withdrawing my amendment.
Okay.
Have a motion and a second. Set the cap at 100. Mr. Pearson?
No.
Patton?
Yes.
Lombard?
No.
Mr. Anderson? Absent. Mr. Ha?
Yes.
Mr. Conroy?
Yes.
Mr. Bickford? Yes. Cap is 700.
All right, so we'll keep going through. Here's just minor changes, putting the RRRC into the table. Everybody's reading this, right?
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. No colors.
Signs. Here I had to add it, this is the sign ordinance. So, I put in RRRC would be treated the same as commercial. So all the size limits for signage, number of signs and different things would be similar to commercial, I guess, because we're kind of treating it as a residential recreation commercial district.
If I remember correctly, commercial is fairly generous.
Yes.
For signs.
Yes. Same thing, so I added it to the commercial in that table. Added it to commercial in that table. Added it with the commercial in that subsection. We're still in signs yet. Lots of signs language. Still signs. Now we're getting into some other stuff. Campgrounds. So here we added, this is like a purpose statement, yeah. We wanted to put a purpose statement in campgrounds. Burnett County regulates campgrounds in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens and the natural, historical, and cultural resources of Burnett County. These land uses are permitted by Burnett County because of their importance in providing the general public access to recreational opportunities. It is also recognized that such land use uses promote tourism and contribute to the general economic welfare of the county. So,
You added that.
what's that?
That's added.
We added the yellow, yep, yellow is new language. Yep. Then I struck the camping unit definition from here because we added it up to the definition section up above.
That, the one you added, that paragraph?
This paragraph?
Yeah.
Yep.
At the what's BOA, Board of Adjustment. They really play heavily on health, safety, and welfare. And essentially saying that the committee has to show if they deny it because of something like that. And we did that a lot. It's like, oh, it's not safe. It's not. Then we can't, it just can't be opinion. We've got to have the data on why it's unsafe. It's, you know, it's data on how it would affect the welfare, how it would help affect the health.
I saw that, but look, we need to talk about that as a separate issue, that decision. I think that's kind of generic zoning language and provides the rationale for regulating.
But I just think,
Yeah, I know, I watched it.
That's fine.
It was disturbing.
Screen house, so I have some questions here. With definition of a screen house is, says it's a structure with roof and sides, with or without a floor, with at least 50% of each exposed wall covered by screen for protection from insects. There shall be no solid material, glass, wood, metal, or rigid plastic material in front of or behind the sides to impede the free movement of air through the screen. My question is, do we want to remove this? Likely a lot of our seasonal sites don't meet that provision. If you've been in enough of these campgrounds, you see that these screen porches, addition things have solid walls, windows, solid windows. I mean, they're essentially three-season buildings.
Why is that there?
Well, I think the intent was so that campgrounds wouldn't morph into having additions that have more habitable space attached to them, which has kind of happened in some places.
Some of that comes back from the state type lightening up on its position on that stuff too. It used to be you couldn't have anything attached to a camper, and then that went away.
Mm-hmm.
So do we still need this in?
Well, I mean, I highlighted it because we're going through our definitions and looking at everything that we have related to campgrounds. So we have this meaning of a screen house, which I don't think gets used much.
If we scratch it, would there be an ability for the applicant to apply for a conditional use permit? Screen house?
No,
Well, it would be conditional use.
they'd have to get a variance. Or we just leave the language as it is for now. I mean, that's always an option too. I mean, we're trying to get I think a better handle on, as we're getting more of these campgrounds mapped and kind of inventorying what's out there. Maybe some year I'll have some time to do some analysis of how many of those really exist out in the world.
Yeah, I think we could leave it for now, because we're not done visiting the ordinance anyway for the near future. But I don't know that this is it doesn't really come from our recommendations, and it isn't really urgent item, I would think.
Okay, we'll just leave it as is. Tent, I took that definition out because it's again referenced in the definitions that we went over earlier. Here I added rustic primitive sites will have sufficient parking area available. This can be on-site or off-site. I just wanted to have some clarity there because right here where it says each site shall have sufficient area for one vehicle parking at that site, well, that's That's contradictory to the definition of rustic primitive, where those are specifically supposed to be walk-in type sites.
Yeah.
So, here we added the word use, just to clarify, conditional use permit. Here, each storage structure, I just thought it'd be a little bit cleaner if we took the word, or out of there, and changed it with one, so it'd be more clear on the intent, of that. This was a question here I had in grade, do we want to allow those type of things without land use permits? I could argue it both ways. I think requiring permits gets us out there to see what's going on more often, whereas if we don't require permits, things kind of go unregulated maybe. Because right now, if I just owned a house and I was gonna put up an 8x12 shed, that's 96 square feet, we wouldn't require a land use permit for it. It's just under 100 square feet, accessory structures, we don't require permits for them. I guess that's how it's always been, that's just been the number. But in campgrounds, we require a permit for essentially everything that goes out there.
The justification to do that is that in a campground, there's a lot more of those 100 square foot structures being requested. You know, pretty much every campsite, right? Versus the one on 5 acres or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pervious surface and other rationale is in play. I'd be okay with that.
So we'll just leave it how that is there. Same argument then with decks, we'll just leave it the way it is right now, that they have to get permits for it in a campground. Accessory uses, this is the language that we're taking out so this is what the earlier meeting today, one of the CUPs was basically amending their prior CUP, which allowed them to have larger accessory type structures. So that section's going away. Then the caps, these would then apply to all new ones going forward, 100 square feet for storage structures, and then 200 square feet for decks and patios and screen porches, those type of things. So those would be back to the standard limit sizes that everyone would have going forward. Here, just add the word use to clear up the language, conditional use permit.
One thing, going back, since a lot of our customers do build decks on their units, if you could scroll back up just real quick. When you put in there, and I will certainly inform people now that this is going to be a requirement, but in number two, could you refer possibly to the individual code that's stated there, that these structures must meet floodplain requirements? So that we can actually go to that code and I could inform customers that, hey, this is what you're going to be required to do in these terms?
Well, chapter 22 is floodplain ordinance.
Okay. Or what section it's referring to, so that people would know what they're getting into a little easier when they come to apply for a conditional use permit, so they know what they're getting into. I mean, it's only logical.
Yeah, well, floodplain ordinance is like 30 pages, so I don't know how
Well, just that one section where you're dealing with the individual structure.
It's multiple sections, though. It's floodplain, flood fringe, it all depends on what you
So it's almost innavigable for the average person, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I have a hard time. I mean, that's how ordinances are. I mean,
It's hard to do a deck, but,
it could be.
You've got to add NR 116 and FEMA to it besides.
Yeah.
You require a land use permit. Then
we're gonna catch that when they come in, because they're gonna apply for a permit. We're gonna be looking at if that structure's in a floodplain. In reality, you don't have to worry about it
You can't put a structure in the floodplain anyway, so there won't chip any
Yeah, and I'm,
patios in there, but,
and I'm thinking of all the campgrounds, I don't know of any of them that are actually in the floodway or floodplain.
it's 1,000 feet from high water mark. isn't it?
No, that's shoreline zone. You're
Elevation, it's an elevation above the water. It's not-
shoreline zone is the 1,000-foot buffer around a lake. Floodplain is an elevation that the water can rise to that will flood your site.
You can't have any campgrounds or structures in those sites in floodplain anyway to start with, so there should be accessory structures. Okay. Let's say, what's the boathouse?
Can I ask a question about accountability and responsibility? There's a lot of talk here about, how are we gonna regulate this, who's gonna enforce it? Basin is obviously swamped. Why can't there be more responsibility placed on campground owners themselves? Shouldn't they have to provide an inventory, an annual inventory of what's there, sizes, numbers? Why does it all fall, these campground owners aren't outlaws. Let's ask them to be more accountable and provide an inventory each year of what's on their site.
It's a pretty common ask right now, with all costs, right, is getting a survey of everything.
Getting updated maps, that's a big step.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond just maps, facts and figures.
I don't think we want to have a campground require a survey every year. Not that Mark probably wouldn't like all the business, right? But,
Just an inventory of size. It has a deck that's 140 square feet and it has an outbuilding that's 80.
somebody's got to verify that.
Oh, yeah, but if they are responsible for providing that information, then their reputation is on the line. If you get out once every 3 or 4 years, and they've told you in each of those 3 years that this is what you'll find at my site, and then you find that that's not true, well, there are grounds for revoking the covenant. Why put it all on you, Jason?
Their decision to make.
It's not part of what we've put out there yet.
Yeah.
I think that could probably morph onto would the county want to be a state agent? Because then you would actually probably have more resources available
You'd have
to do that.
more inspection authority and also presence. And at the moment, we don't have that.
So for those 2 questions there, did we decide on those?
We're going to require land use permits, so it's going to be the same as they are now. So they need to get permits.
For number 2?
Yep, for both. They need to get permits for both.
No matter what they do.
Yep. Thought I saw something yellow there. Wonder if that's it.
80.
80? That's it for chapter 30. Woo-hoo, now we get to go to chapter 45.
Pretty much duplication.
Yeah, that should be a little bit faster, hopefully. Chapter 45, this is the shoreland ordinance.
All the way to 52.
52, all right. So here we are, we're probably in conditional use permits. Yes, regulation of conditional uses. Campgrounds, so we're adding this is the same purpose statement that we had in chapter 30 about campgrounds. So this we already discussed, we're gonna leave the screen post language the same. Tent, again, that definition will be changed or removed here because it'll be in the definition section. Same language on the rustic primitive sites. Clearing up that word use there, fixing that. Now this is a little bit interesting here. We had a difference between chapter 30 and chapter 45 on our unit on our deck sizes. I don't know how that happened or what, but, we'll make it consistent, because 200 is what chapter 30 has. We've already answered the question about, we'll require land use permits for both of those. Remove that accessory use where they can get larger accessory structures. What do I have here, provisions? Oh. This was not from the work group, I just put it in here, we can either talk about it or deal with it now. Right now, we allow a person to get a 6-month camping permit. We require that it be connected to a sewer and all that typical jazz. But they can get one of those once a year, every year, and there's no endpoint. Now, I know right now we do the CUPs and we say after 3 years, we encourage you to build something. So this is a way that somebody can essentially seasonally perpetual camp on their parcel with no limit. So I don't know if the committee, like I said, there's some that have been getting them for 10 or more years that are just every year they camp on it for the summer, and then the camper goes away or gets stored, and they never intend on building.
I don't, how many? It's not very many, right?
Dozen, or so maybe the ones probably that are regulars. There's probably more out there that, of course, we don't know about, but.
But as long as they're removing the camper, and sooner or later they'll sell to somebody who wants to build, probably, and probably eventually will go away. You never know.
Well, they tore the old house down, and they put a camper there.
Yeah, that happened too.
Well,
But
that's
that's an anomaly. If the towns start to go down assessing fees to all campers that are present, some of them are talking about that, might motivate some people to sell. Or build, I should say.
So should I just leave that language for now and we'll address it in the future if need be?
Yeah.
So here, so again, we're underneath the section here which talks about 6-month camper permits. Again, this wasn't out of the work group, item E here, but we have a requirement in there that we require letters from the neighbors saying they don't. If you remember, we were being, I think, sued over that, being unconstitutional, but then they dropped the case. So we never got a decision on whether or not that was unconstitutional or not. Do we want to just leave it and not deal with it now, take it out?
When we do I wondered about that myself many years ago when I first talked to Jim about it. Why?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was because some property owners wanted to be able to weigh in. When we do the CUP, of course, they get notified.
Yep.
I think when we do the administrative permit, I don't know that it ever has been something that, for a shop to get permission from the neighbor. Originally, it was if you got permission from the neighbor, you didn't have to do a conditional use permit.
Correct.
But if you didn't get permission, then you did.
Correct.
And that never made sense to me, to be honest.
Yep.
I would think if we've decided it's okay, you can use it for 3 years administratively, and you don't need to ask your neighbor for permission.
So just strike that.
So we'd strike it from the 6-month
Strike it.
thing, yep, okay. Let's see here, this is the conditional, so we've agreed we want the office to administratively approve the first 3 years of someone camping. After that, then they'll come through and get a CUP if they want to do a second term.
You said you're still gonna charge them.
Yeah, we'll come up with a fee schedule.
What's the land use permit allow them to build a house?
Yeah, the $300 permit for a dwelling is
So
if they want
a
to.
$300 permit for a dwelling that lasts for 3 years, and they can have a trailer there or build a house. Then they've got the incentive to build a house within that 3 years, or otherwise they gotta re-up it. And then we can turn down the camper trailer.
Yeah, I would hope $300 doesn't make or break it when they're probably building a $250,000 house, but yeah, I get it.
I mean, somebody, that's a permit that would be give them some additional incentive to build a house.
That's where they could, we give them a permit to build a dwelling, and this, you can use a camper for 3 years before you start.
Right, now, if you build your house within 3 years, you don't have to get another one.
How long are those good for?
Right now, a land use permit's only good for a year, and then they can get a 1-year extension with a $100 fee.
This special provisional land use permit.
Camper with a house permit. Let's see here, major recreational equipment. Okay, so this, again, didn't come out of the work group, but I figured since we're looking at things, we might as well touch on it real quick. Parking, storage, or use of major recreational equipment shall be subject to provisions, except that it must be, shall be parked or stored on any lot in a residential, except in a garage or carport or behind the nearest portion of a building or street. So what I struggle with when we talk about enforcement is, you know, people are allowed to have a camper for 30 days on their lot with no permit needed, or they can get a 6-month permit or a 3-year CUP. What I struggle with is we drive by a site and we see a camper sitting there, we don't know if it's stored or used. You know, because I've even seen it where they have the slide outs out and, you know, everything else, and they say, no, it's stored there. Well, to me, that doesn't look stored. So I was just wondering, do we want to add some language saying that when it's being stored, that it's covered? Because like I said in there, half the time people tell me it's stored, I can't tell. It doesn't look any different than if it's being used or stored, other than the lights are on or off.
All this has been a kind of a conundrum.
Yeah.
The thing is, storage means covered or inoperable, you know, in a building.
Yeah. I mean, lately I've been telling people to cover it just because I want to be able to tell that it looks stored. And people have been pretty good about it. Now, I don't want blue tarps all over the countryside either, so I would hope people could cover it in something that looks appropriate and fits in the area. But I know if we do a cover mandate, that I'm going to have people that'll get the blue tarp and cover it. So,
Or blaze orange one.
blaze orange tarp or something, so it'll look even worse. I don't know.
I don't think it's unreasonable to indicate that it's being stored by
Yep.
covered.
All right, so I'll just kind of keep going with how I'm doing right now, and we'll just leave the language as is.
I agree with Craig. I think we can change that to how you got it worded there. When camping unit is not being used, it must be covered.
I'd be fine with that.
Good. How come?
It's just in shoreline zone?
Yes. Because we only regulate that type of stuff in the shoreline area. Correct.
Not regulated.
Yep.
And I think that's probably safe in the shoreline area for the most part. People are more protective of, you know, things that are potentially harmful to value and that kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think it looks better if they store it nicely. I also think it helps just everyone, you know, since we technically regulate them by that 30-day component. We're not out there looking at them every day, so it's a matter of the neighbors or somebody doing enforcement for us that could say, well, I saw it uncovered for 40 days. That would be a good trigger for us to know, okay, it's been used, instead of the owner then saying, well, no, it's being stored.
It's majorly abused out there. Just seeing it all the time, it's abused. So it should be covered, otherwise Jason doesn't have a way to enforce it because
Trying to be politically correct.
it is overused that way greatly.
All right, so we'll add some language in there. This is a little bit confusing because we're looking at ag changes mixed in with the ordinance amendment since we have parallel going on at the same time. But so here we are in the table adding the new RRRC. So here we're in the definitions. again, we're taking out camping unit, putting in what camping means. So this is all the same verbiage that we had from chapter 30. Again, seasonal camping is allowed in the RRC. So this, we would remove this R3 again from here to be consistent with chapter 30. Same thing, we'd remove the RR3 here. This would be same, camping cabin, camping unit mobile. We would remove the RR3 from right here as well. Park model, we've already talked about that.
Can I get since I missed that portion, can I get a clarification on where that discussion went exactly? From what I understand, you're going to maintain the federal and state definition?
Yes. Yes, and we need to see the stickers on there to determine.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, every unit comes in, they're actually charged for them. It was like $135 for the RVIA sticker. So I did have a customer tear it off, and I'm like, well, what did you do that for? He goes, well, I don't want it on there. I'm like, that's what proves that it's a park model, though.
Yeah, we've had people do that with manufactured homes. They tear off the red ID plates, and then we're like, that just what code it's built to. So, yeah, don't be tearing those stickers off. Camping unit, so that yurt covered that. Temporary living quarters, we again talked about that. We're not gonna do anything with the 14 days or anything like that. That's it. So basically what I think is, well, we'll have to make a motion, I think, to push this on to county board with the approved changes that we made today, but that covers everything that we had out of the work group.
And I wish to make a motion to send it to county board.
I make a motion that we approve the amended ordinance.
Amended, yeah, the amendments as revised today.
As revised and pass them to county board for approval.
On chapter 30 and 40.
Chapter
35.
I'll second that motion.
Motion second.
30 and 40.
Any discussion before we have a vote? If not, roll call vote. Mr. Pearson?
Yes.
Mr. Payton?
Yes.
Mr. Glover?
Yes.
Mr. Anderson Thompson? Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Conroy?
Yes.
Mr. Victor? Yes. Text Amendment 2103, Chapter 30 and 45 have been approved to go to county board.
It'll be on this month's meeting, yep, because that's the day our moratorium ends, so get them in there that day, yep.
Is that a mouse over there, Craig? Yeah.
I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Disconnect. Next agenda item, I don't even know what page it is in the packet, probably near 500.
519.
519.
I'm getting there. Yep, there we are. 520.
So I gotta get my stuff open.
Yep, 520.
All right, so the property information division reports are in there. One corner maintenance record done. Staff reports are in there. You'll see our recording numbers are up substantially compared to last year. Budget reports are in there. You see we're already well exceeded our revenue budgeted for the year. There's no expenses that are out of line. Website stats are in there. Zoning division report, permit numbers are in there. You can see the status on all those, all the rezoned CUPs we've had. Staff reports are in there as well. Any questions?
Still trying to get there.
95 new dwellings. Yeah.
Assuming you guys want to get going, so I went through
Are you
that.
gonna send us a copy of it?
Every one of these? Yeah, we'll hand deliver them to your house, so you can have some kindling this winter to keep you warm.
I'm glad we
What else,
didn't get all
have
that
anything else?
traditional mail.
We would've had to, hand deliver those.
No. Future agenda item, before we adjourn. My spies tell me we had one court case resolved in our favor. And dismissal,
Yes,
and, we're gonna remand from the BOA for one and, sustain on the other. And that would be maybe just a little report on what happened would be good. Not now, next time.
well, that might be on our agenda, the one that the BOA kicked back might be on our agenda next month. I'm still waiting back from court counsel on what we do.
They have to file their decision, do they not first, or did they file that decision? 30 days.
Oh.
30 days from the date they signed the decision.
That is true, they didn't sign that decision yet. So yeah, I don't know about that one yet, so I'm still trying to figure out what our steps are on that one.
Just, I watched it, it's painful.
Oh, it was painful to sit through, yes.
I think we could make an argument, and I'm just throwing this out off the top of my head quickly, that two things happened. The board imposed their will and not their judgment, because they didn't know what to do. But the attorney for the applicant introduced information that was not part of the record. And he did it on both of them. But minutes from our advisory group and whatnot, that all were post the decision. And I think it confused the issue, and I think there's grounds, I'd ask Dave about this, grounds to say, we want you to appeal that decision and send it back to the board to do it right.
Well, I do know that after that hearing, we talked about having an attorney present when we have appeals, just because we get into so much money, legal
Well, what happened?
items there that,
Yeah, it was a bad view, let's call it, for the county not to have counsel when the other side had counsel and filed briefs and we didn't respond. That was a gap that shoved the board into it. Well, what did we do? The county didn't respond to address all these citations that we don't know anything about. But then trying to introduce testimony made before the work group that had nothing to do with, and in my opinion, it confused Marv, and that he thought that we had all that when we did that decision, and we did not. Right? So there's misinformation introduced by counsel on one side. Our bad, county's bad that we didn't have somebody there to counter it. But it doesn't mean that it didn't flaw the decision either. But the presumption is that the board considers the whole record, and that all what you were talking about, health, safety, and welfare, is based on our decision. The reasons is in the record. Reasons are in the record that we took testimony on. And we tried to sort through and decide what's relevant or not when we make our motion. But I think they missed that, didn't consider that adequately.
yeah, in my opinion, I was a little confused on why they didn't, I almost thought they should have voted the same way on each one.
But they were gonna use that pattern.
Yeah.
But what I think happened was the people in attendance who contested, what are your guys, your job isn't to do that, your job is to consider the record. And there was enough difference so on the second one, they sustained us, even though the same flaws existed, right?
Those are like two members.
Right.
Yeah, well, had I been there, it had been my case, I would have asked for a postponement until I had a full board, because that absent member constitutes a no vote. It takes a majority of the entire board. Remember, it takes a 2-0 vote, it's majority of the entire board to pass something. If they would have split, it would have been lost.
Is that a Court of Adjustment rule?
Yes. Statutorily, yeah, the majority of the whole board, that's why you have alternates. You know, they used to be 5-member boards, right? And if there were 2 people missing, all 3 people there had to vote the same, or it was a loss, it it wasn't even a lost motion, it was defeated, it wasn't majority of support. So if Jeremy and Mark would have voted opposite, it would have been, I would have lost my appeal, right? And that's, I don't think anybody understood that.
Yeah, and right now we have a vacancy, an alternate that we are having a hard time filling. And then Dennis had a death in the family, I think right then too, because he was planning on being there.
Yes, I agree.
You know, it was,
Yeah, again, for a typical variance for my setback of my garage from the right of way, then that's not serious.
Yep.
When we have an appeal, we have to be on equal footing with both sides, with the applicants, or the appellant, you know, I should say. So, yeah, I think, mention that to Dave, that, look at that, see if that might not be the thing to do. And again, old curmudgeon story, I can tell you, is I had that happen to my board, where my board said, you got to appeal our decision because we just screwed up on a granting of a variance. And so I hurried up and got with DNR and said, they want you to appeal, they made a mistake. Yes, they sure did, and we got it returned to us by the court in this case, right? But, because it wasn't an appeal from a land use committee, but anyway. Yeah, that, and then it would be kind of interesting to hear what happened on the other one, because I think there's some foundation on acceptance of testimony and whatnot that has been contested, that Judge Winton found entirely for us, I think, the way I understand it. And all of that, it's not hearsay, it's not.
yes,
You know,
yep, you're talking the one that the court
Yeah.
upheld their decision. Yep.
So, that's all I have.
And we do have, I'm assuming we're gonna have CAFO ordinance amendments on next month's agenda. I haven't heard anything, and I haven't prepared any text, so I don't know if we're gonna have another public hearing. I gotta get that.
We gotta get,
We got that one coming up.
we gotta get with Dave. Dave.
So that'd be a public hearing, right?
Yeah, we have other ones, we have a few rezones in that one at Oakland. I'm just wondering about the CAFO
I
stuff.
think we should try, because, there's a couple of things going on there, but that conference call that Dave and I had with Larry about some of that, there isn't much to fix in the zoning stuff, there's quite a bit to fix in the citing. So we maybe will make reference just to chapter 18 and not any detail, and how we do it, but it's only a handful of things to change. So it wouldn't take us long, but we have got to get our heads together and do that, and then hopefully run it by him and make sure he agrees we got it done right.
Yes,
I make a motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn, second. We're adjourned.
All in favor?
Last one, look forward to you.
Sweet.
You got it at 10.
That was yours.
No.
Cool.
Well, let's check.
Take this, you never miss it.
No.
JP.